All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the May 28th, 2026 Landmarks Commission meeting. It's great to see everyone in person as well as online. Um, In compliance with the notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law and section 101.021 of the codified ordinances of Cleveland, Ohio, 1976, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted. All boards and commissions under the purview of the City Planning Department conducts its meetings based on Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by roll call vote. Recusal from any case due to a conflict of interest should be stated for the record prior to the beginning of the presentation. In order to ensure that everyone participating in the meeting has the opportunity to be heard, virtual attendees will use the raise hand feature before asking a question or making a comment. The raise hand feature can be found in the participants panel on the desktop and mobile version and activated by clicking the hand icon. Please wait for the chair facilitator to recognize you and be sure to select unmute and announce yourself before you speak. When finished speaking, please lower your hand by clicking on the raise hand icon again and mute your microphone. All users unmute by using *6. All meeting activity is being recorded via the WebEx platform. These proceedings are also being live streamed via YouTube. Channels for comments provided in writing are sending an email to the landmarks@clevelandohio.gov address with a comment or a letter, calling or leaving a message at 216-664-2532, or sending a letter or dropping off comments at City Hall at 601 Lakeside Avenue, Suite 519. Communication with members of this body must follow proper channels for consideration. Any comments received by the stated deadline are collected by Landmark staff and disseminated to the commission members prior to any scheduled meeting. This meeting of the Cleveland Landmarks Commission is a lawful meeting. Under section 0605-0.04 of the codified ordinances, no person with purpose to prevent or disrupt a lawful meeting shall do any act which obstructs or interferes with the due conduct of such meeting. Violators may be removed and prosecuted under CCO 605.04. Members of the public may make public comment if required by law in accordance with our rules and sometimes at the discretion of the chair. Disruptions include, but are not limited to, speaking out of turn and/or making loud utterances that interfere with the due conduct of this lawful meeting may constitute a misdemeanor and a violation of section 605.04. If the meeting is substantially disrupted, I will call for a recess and the room will be cleared. Persons who violate the city ordinances and commit misdemeanors may be subject to prosecution. When this body is able to return from recess, then in compliance with Ohio Open Meeting Act, if applicable, and section 101.021 of the codified ordinances, the meeting will be open to the public.
I'll take us through the meeting rules and procedures. The chair will call each agenda item and then each applicant will be invited to proceed through their presentation. Each presentation should be completed prior to questions and comments from the commission in order to facilitate a smooth presentation. Once the presentation is concluded, the chair will ask for any additional or any public comment, and Landmarks staff will summarize any written public comment received prior to the Tuesday prior to the regularly scheduled Cleveland Landmarks Commission meeting, which has been provided to the commission members in advance of the meeting. Any individual providing public comment is permitted 2 minutes to speak to the agenda item in which they have an interest. The chair will then ask Landmark staff to summarize Design Review Advisory Committee recommendations and provide a staff report and any recommendations. The commission will then begin deliberations and project review. Any commission member except the chair may make a motion at any point after an agenda item has been called.
Now we'll call the May 28th, 2026 Landmarks Commission meeting to order. Mr. Musson, please call roll.
Ms. Anderson?
Here.
Mr. Dulick?
Here.
Councilmember Gray? Mr. Lozier?
Here.
Director Mersman?
Here.
Ms. Sabin? Mr. Sambry?
Here.
Mr. Strickland?
Here.
Mr. Trasick?
Here.
Dr. Williams?
Here.
And Ms. Trott? All right, Mr. Chairman, we do have quorum. I'd like to note that we also have Jessica Beam and myself present from the Landmarks office.
Great, thank you. All right, and with that, we will begin with our certificates of appropriateness. We'd like to welcome our first applicant forward for case 26-029R, Ascent on Broadway, located at 5700 Broadway Avenue, facade renovation. Please state your name and for the record and proceed with your presentation.
Good morning, everyone. This is Gabrielle Benson at DS Architecture, as well as Jeffrey Myers at DS
Hello,
Architecture.
Jeffrey Myers, DS Architecture. Good, Gabrielle, you can start and I'll chime in.
Sure. Today, we're looking to revisit some items previously discussed during the last landmarks meeting, and we would like to present a few more pieces of historic evidence that support the position of the design previously presented. So why don't we get started? Next slide, please. Just to jog everyone's memory, the project is located at Broadway Avenue in Slavic Village, quite in close proximity to the East 55th and Broadway intersection. Next slide, please. Here we have the existing conditions of the building, as well as, next slide, please, an image of the building after the period of historic significance in the neighborhood during the late 60s to the early 70s.
So I'll chime in here. So Jeff Myers, I'm principal owner of DS Architecture. The client, Allie Clark, would like us or like you to consider a dark bronze finish for the storefront. I unfortunately could not make the last meeting, but I know this was discussed at length and we appreciate your guys' opinion and approach. I did reach out to Naylor Wellman. They're a local historical consultant, and worked with her. Unfortunately, she cannot make it on the call today, but we're pretty sure that the aluminum storefront was installed in the 70s. In discussing with SHPO, which is the historical entity for the state of Ohio, and the National Park Services actually kind of preclude using aluminum storefront for a period of significance. They really suggest that you should be using a darker color. So that's what we're going to suggest, potentially asking for is a shift in allowing for that to be a darker browns. We're very sure this replacement happened in the 70s. And as Gabrielle just mentioned, the period of significance likely had a dark bronze, maybe even a darker color. And you can kind of see that in the top windows, as we believe those are original. So that's the big change. Gabrielle, you can continue with the presentation, and then we can have a discussion at the end and see where you guys stand.
Yes. So next slide, please. So as you can see here, we are still showing that storefront mullion color as a darker color. Before we get into some of the more historic evidence for, having a darker storefront color, we are showing a couple of slides for the specifications for the storefront, as well as the soffit products that we plan on using. So if we go to the next slide. Here we have the proposed storefront product or system. As shown in the previous slide, that look and the thickness of that mullion is accurate to what it would look like in the actual restoration. Here you can see that it is, in fact, that, more modern 2 1/4, storefront, but
Yeah, that 2 1/4 is a typical standard size for storefronts.
Yes.
I think we're all aware of that.
And next slide. And as previously requested, we have switched that round soffit light to a square soffit light to match the existing. Next slide, please. So getting into the justification that we kind of looked into to have a darker storefront color, we're going to be doing that in 3 parts. Firstly, looking at other examples of SS Kresge storefronts throughout the country during the historic period of significance with, a similar dark colored trim or mullion. Then we'll be looking at some examples of Slavic Village storefronts during the period of historic significance, again with dark colored storefronts. And finally, a local example in close proximity to the site that was changed during the mid-century and then restored to its pre-mid-century look in more modern times. So just to go through that quickly, next slide, please. Here we have 3 examples in Detroit, Canton, Ohio, and Geneva, New York, all showing that darker storefront color. On the left is actually the first SS Kresge building in Detroit. You can see here that it's Kresge and Wilson, which was, where he got his start. And you can see just, using the dark colored storefront throughout. Next slide, please. Next, moving to Slavic Village, we have 4 images showing darker colored storefront window trim again, some closer to the site as shown in the top left, as well as throughout the neighborhood further on Broadway, all showing that darker long colored storefront color. And thirdly, next slide, please. Here we have, can we go to the next slide?
Can you advance the slide, please?
Thanks. Here we have an example, Broadway Bank, now Cap Heaven, which is in very close proximity to our site, which has had that mid-century change to the storefront and then restored in more modern times to a look that was more close to its original late 1800s storefront facade renovation. So we were looking at this as an example just to kind of provide some more justification.
Yeah, and talking to the current owner of Cap Heaven, Ludwig, and his daughter Letty, when he went through this exact process with Landmarks, obviously many years ago, they actually suggested or required him to go to a darker storefront. Just some history there. We can, if we really need to, we can look that up. Unfortunately, we cannot find an actual picture of our Kresge building. Believe me, we tried. We looked.
Yeah, but given this, as well as our discussions with Diana Wellman and Naomi Wellman, we believe that dark colored storefront is a historically significant and appropriate option, and we would like to hear your thoughts. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your presentation. I don't believe this went back to local. Is that correct?
Correct.
So do we have any Landmark staff recommendations?
I guess we should see if there's any public comment.
Yep, sorry.
Sorry.
Any public comment about this case? Hearing none. Landmark staff recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The commission saw this at our last meeting, and it was approved with the condition that they provide some additional details to staff, which were included as an appendix to this presentation, but also that the stored fronts be an anodized aluminum color that was working under the assumption that the infill portions, sort of those flat areas that contain the doors between the faceted sort of display areas, were added later. It sounds like they were added in the 70s when anodized aluminum would have been a popular color. Staff still feels it's most appropriate to treat those in an anodized aluminum finish, since they are a later addition and they should remain of their time. But whether it's dark browns or charcoal, which I think was in the presentation, it's not a huge issue. The color is something that can change over time. Certainly the darker color is more appropriate for the period of significance for the historic district and this building. We just felt that the change in the 70s, when those storefronts were sort of flattened out, should be memorialized and noted with the different color. But so leave it up to your discussion.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mussin. Now we'll open it up to the commission for questions and comments. Who would like to start us off? Mr. Sandbury?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I just want to clarify, are you going after historic tax credits and working with SHPO, or are you just applying to Landmarks?
We're just applying to landmarks. Unfortunately, we got involved with the project near completion of the interior renovations, and then obviously the money was granted from the city for the storefront renovation. During that process, the architect of record did not know about the historical tax credits, so we're not eligible to proceed to try to get those anymore. So just landmarks is the answer.
And then working through storefront renovation program, what was the guidance from them on color and I guess design of the storefront?
Yeah, they didn't really have a opinion. They wanted local to weigh in, and local was of the opinion. Well, at least they didn't suggest otherwise, that the darker color was appropriate. So that's, we went through that local review, and now we're with the bigger review at landmarks. So I don't think there was any, and I don't know if Allie, the owner, is on or not, but I don't think there's any comments from the actual grant on what they wanted to see. They're just excited that somebody's actually investing in Slavic Village. So.
Okay. My personal opinion, I think you have two options here. But what I think you're doing, I think having the historic photos and all the examples of other Kresge buildings from the period, it's all great. But I think you're cherry picking the designs that you want from multiple different eras. And so I think either you can go with the darker bronze, but that would require a redesign of the storefront to make it look more of the turn of the century storefront, which would fit this building. Or you can keep the 60s and 70s mid-century design, which is historic in its own right now. And that would be more of the anodized aluminum. So I think design-wise, footprint, you've kept the mid-century design. My opinion would be that would warrant an aluminum look. But I think you have the option to bring it back to a turn of the century storefront, bring the bulkhead up, redesign the window openings, and that would be more appropriate with a bronze.
I can really appreciate that. That's not something I had considered working with the owner, trying to limit the size of the glazing in case of a repair. But I really appreciate that, and we'll work with the owner to decide which way we want to go. If we keep the design as is, I understand you want us to do the aluminum, and if we go back to more of a traditional pattern with the mullions, we could do the dark bronze. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, I think you have two options. You have
Yep.
two periods of significance on this building, or two historic designs.
Yep, I completely agree. I hadn't thought about it that way, but I really appreciate that insight.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, before Mr. Strickland shares his comments, just wanted to clarify the storefront renovation program. This isn't going through the city storefront renovation program. This is going through, I believe it's Cleveland Neighborhood Progress's storefront renovation program. So they have a different process. I don't think they do as much with design as the city's storefront program does. So I think they rely on our process as opposed to the city's that kind of does a lot of design work and then kind of brings it through the process.
Understood.
Thank you, Mr. Musson. Mr. Strickland?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to compliment the applicant on the research that they've done in trying to validate the color that they've selected for the storefront. But I totally agree with Mr. Sandberry's analysis as to the two historic time frames, essentially, that this building has existed within. And I agree completely with his suggestion that either they use the dark bronze traditional storefront design or the anodized aluminum with the more modern design from the 70s renovations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. Any other questions or comments? Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with both Mr. Sandberry and Mr. Strickland. And I just want to caution that when you look at those historic photos, a lot of things look darker than what they actually are. A darker red or a deeper green is going to show up more as black in a historic photo as opposed to it actually have been black or dark gray. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that I support my fellow commissioners in this.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Any other questions or comments? I guess I will make mine. I'm also in agreement with my fellow commissioners, and I do also want to applaud the applicant as well as the building owner for making this tremendous investment in Slavic Village in this neighborhood. One building at a time that comes back online and is an active and vibrant contributor to the neighborhood, the better. And I think we as a commission are really excited again to see this happening. And also, I want to thank you as well for providing the details that we were asking for last time. I think this helps us understand, exactly what the outcome will look like. And I agree with my fellow commissioners on what's the historic period of significance that we're looking to bring this back to, either the original, which will cause a little bit more of a redesign, or the current. So with that, would anyone like to make a motion? Mr. Sandberry.
I would suggest tabling this, if that's okay with the applicant. I'll make a motion to table the applicant, this case.
Is that amenable to the applicant to table?
Yeah, I think that's appropriate. It's a weird motion, and I appreciate everybody's feedback. I love going through this process. I love the way we protect our city. If we decide to go with the aluminum, I would assume the current design as was approved before, we could move forward without coming back. But if we want to do a darker color, we'll come back and present. I don't know how you make that motion, but I assume that's accurate.
Through the chair, so you do have an approval from the commission from the last meeting. So this was proposing an amendment or an alteration to that approval. If you don't move forward with it, your previous approval still stands. So, if this was denied, if this was tabled, if you leave it on the table, you can still move forward with the anodized aluminum color. But if you decide to do a redesign, come back with the darker color, we're certainly, here for that.
Yep. Okay. We're on the same page. I really appreciate it.
All right, thank you. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I will second.
Thank you, Mr. Dulick. Any additional comment? Hearing none. Mr. Mustin, please call roll.
Ms. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Dulick?
Yes.
Councilmember Gray?
Yes.
Director Mearsman?
Yes.
Mr. Sandberry?
Yes.
Mr. Strickland?
Yes.
Mr. Trassick?
Yes.
Dr. Williams?
Yes.
And Mr. Lozier?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Chairman, the motion passes unanimously.
Great. Thank you again for the presentation.
Yeah. Thank you. Have a great day, everybody.
Thank you.
All right, and with that, we'll welcome our next applicant for case 250-080-10022 Madison Avenue storefront renovations.
Mr. Chair, I will recuse.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, I'm also recusing due to the city's involvement in this case.
Thank you, Ms. Mearsman. Before we get started, this was tabled at our previous meeting, so we'll need to untable.
Excuse me, I'm gonna recuse myself.
Okay.
too.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to untable.
Thank you, Mr. Sandberry. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Any other comment? Hearing none, Mr. Mustin, please call roll.
All right, Ms. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Sandberry?
Yes.
Mr. Strickland?
Yes.
Mr. Trassick?
Yes.
Dr. Williams?
Yes.
And Mr. Lozier?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion to untable passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. All right, please state your name for the record and proceed with your presentation.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I am Carlton Moore, and I'm here representing the ownership group to present this project for the previous CVS truck store located on Madison Avenue. We came before the committee and we tabled it because there were certain issues that came up that needed to be resolved. But in the meantime, we also got back from the last meeting, the recommendations made before the committee. And we addressed all 8 of the design issues that was brought up by the committee in our last meeting. I informed the ownership group that this is what they wanted in terms of the design of the building. The ownership group agreed that this would be in their best interest and desire to improve their building design. So we revised our drawings per the committee's request. This is the site plan. Per the last meeting, the site plan was submitted showing all it was requested that all of the designated parking be identified. So we've showed the striping of all of the parking. We've shown that there are 45 parking spaces that are available on this site. We've also on the site plan, it was suggested that we expand the walkway from 5 feet 6 inches up to 7 feet so that we can accommodate outdoor seating should it be desired by our leased tenant spaces. Also in the site plan, it shows that drive-up canopy, drive-up window and canopy above the window has been removed. Next slide, please. This is the existing CVS building as it stands now. Next slide, please. This is showing the area in which we are going to add the additional tenant lease spaces. Next slide, please. This is the storefront frontage along Madison Avenue. There are no changes being proposed to this area other than updating the awnings. Those canvas awnings will come down, and we have selected, based on the committee's recommendation, a navy blue awning. Next slide, please. This is just showing another perspective view of the building, showing the east as well as south elevations of the building. Next slide, please. This shows the east elevation where at the back of the building, there's an overhang for a drive-up window. That's going to be removed as suggested by the committee, and the drive-up window as well. Next slide, please. This is about the top elevation represents the existing west elevation. This is the proposed west side elevations, taking into consideration the design recommendations of the committee that we have a pair for the 4 tenant lease spaces that we're creating, a pair of entrance doors flanked by 3 windows on each side of the entrance doors. It's showing navy blue canvas awnings that are open end that we've decided to go with based on the recommendation of the committee. Transit lights above the windows are typical of what's on the right-hand side of the existing first bay, which we're not making any changes to. The glazing is clear glazing on it, and it matches the window frames, anodized window frames, the same as the existing building. The white that you see on the right-hand side are shades, Venetian blinds. That's on the inside, but the glass will be white, clear glazing. Next slide, please. This is just a perspective image showing what the building will look like once we've made these changes to it. Next slide, please. This is a notation on our elevation where the existing drive-up canopy and columns will be removed and patch the brick wall to match the existing brick. That was suggested by the committee that there will be no need for a drive-up window, and also a drive-up window is not permitted in the zoning district. And if there would be a drive-up window, they would have to seek a zoning variance. And at this time, I'd like to point out to the committee that we're proposing tenant lease spaces. We are also proposing that the renovation and providing new tenant lease spaces. We do not need any zoning variances. We're not seeking any zoning variances to the existing zoning ordinance. This is zoned for commercial lease space, and we seek no zoning variances to do the new development. Next slide, please. This is just the anodized window systems that we're using, showing that we're matching the existing windows. Next slide. We will not have the blinds in it, just as it was shown in the last slide. Next slide, please. Just the storefront window systems that we're using, and we're using the gray tone, not the dark browns, to match the existing windows. Next slide, please. This is an elevation drawing giving the base of the 4 tenant lease spaces that we're proposing. And we're matching the heights and elevations of all of the existing windows that are on the right-hand side of the building. Next slide, please. This is the open-end awnings, storefront awnings that we're proposing. In our case, we're proposing, next slide. The navy blue in color, as suggested by the committee in our last meeting. Next slide. That's the color up on the right-hand side, Class of Royal. That's what we're proposing to use. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation. I ask that the committee approve this as it's being presented. We've worked with the Landmarks Committee. We've worked with the Landmarks Department at the City of Cleveland to come up with a design that they felt was very suitable for the building. And our approach to this was just duplicating what was already done at this location. The CVS building, if you look at the site plan, if you look at the building, it has all of the elements that a building, when the original design of the overlay district was requesting. You know, there's quite a bit of landscaping at this area. It's pedestrian friendly. The building is placed right up on Madison Avenue. The landscaping is surrounded by landscaping on this project. All of these things were done at the original design phase of when the CVS building came before the planning department to make certain that they hit all the key points that they would like to see in an overlay district. And we're not changing any of this. We're just duplicating the storefront window systems because we feel as if it's been done. It was done very inadequate design at that time, and we're not proposing any changes to what is expected of pedestrian-friendly overlay district area. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much. Before we get to committee questions and comments, is public feedback or go?
See if anyone's here from the public.
Any public comments related to this case? Hearing none, did this go back to local?
Mr. Chairman, this did not go back to the local committee.
All right, then Landmark staff recommendations?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As noted previously, this was tabled at our April 23rd, 2026 meeting. They're back with some additional details. It appears to meet the Secretary of the Interior standards from staff's perspective. Seems like a creative use of a former drugstore, so we're supportive.
All right, thank you, Mr. Musson. Now we'll open it up to the commission for questions and comments. Who would like to start us off? Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Overall, I'm pretty satisfied with the presentation. I'm glad to see that there's some landscaping around the building. I just want to make sure that that is cleaned up and enhanced,
I agree with you on that. That was mentioned. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that. There's quite a bit of landscaping on this property, as was required as being part of an overlay district during the original design from CVS. And it's been suggested and recommended that we come back and increase not increase the landscaping, but upgrade it, clean it up. And that's what the ownership is aware of, that, you know, new mulch being put down and all of that will be taken care of.
Yeah, I think that that'll really enhance the
Yes.
overall design. And these days, people are getting away from retail, so I think it needs to be something. Often you get tenants that are, serving food or something, so people might be staying in that area, and I think, having some
Yes.
greenery makes it more inviting and,
Yes,
Yeah.
very much so. And that's why we're proposing, we've widened the sidewalk as suggested by the committee, so that if there is tenant lease spaces that involves people sitting outdoors,
right.
the sidewalk is now 7 feet wide, and it will allow for people to have seating outdoors.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Mr. Sandberg?
Thank you. Thank you for making all the changes, and I think you listened to us and listened to our suggestions and implemented them. And I think this is a great application of renovation in a existing building.
Thank you very much. I enjoy working with the Landmark Design Committee in the past. And I think the most important thing is having an ownership group respect what's being laid out. And when I went back to them and says, this is what they expect to see, he realized that, yes, we should do everything that they're asking for. So we will continue to work with the committee. That's our approach.
Thank you, Mr. Sandberg. Mr. Strickland?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this was a single tenant building when it was originally developed for CVS, and it's transitioning into a multi-tenant building. And I think typically there's a signage program that is developed, at least conceptually, for a multi-tenant building. And I wonder if the developer has considered that, and if you could share any thoughts about how signage and perhaps additional lighting with regard to that signage might be treated in the future.
Thank you very much. You're exactly right. And we're not sign design companies, and working with Ms. Bean, we recognize that a signage package will have to be submitted to the landmarks department, and signage is not a part of this project at this particular time, but we acknowledge the fact that it has to go before the signage will have their own separate permit. They will have to go before the design review. And I can only say to you that the ownership group is aware of the requirements that is necessary. And just as they have done in the building design, they're more than willing to work with the landmarks department to come up with appropriate signage. So we're not submitting it at this time, but it will be under a separate permit, and we will have the sign company work very closely so that we get signage that meets the standards of the landmark committee.
All right, thank you for that, and I appreciate you thinking in advance about working cooperatively with the landmark staff in developing that signage plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. Any other questions or comments? I'm hearing fairly consistent comments. Would someone like to make a motion?
Mr.
Mr.
Chair,
Sandberg?
I'll make a motion to approve as presented, with the recommendation that they come back with the requirement that they come back with a signage package when that's ready, and the requirement that the landscaping be updated.
Great. Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Thanks, Ms. Sanderson. Any other questions or discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Mustin, please call roll.
Hey, Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Sandberg,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Trasick,
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
and Mr. Lozier.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passes unanimously while noting those 3 recusals.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I just have one question. What is the next process in this? We've gone through Landmark. Do we go to the building department seeking our permits, or what happens next?
Yeah, we can talk offline, but yeah, you apply for a building permit and then it goes through
Okay.
landmarks review, we sign off zoning, it goes through the whole process.
All right, then. Thank you very much. Everyone have a good day.
Thank you very much. You too.
Bye.
All right, with that, we'd like to welcome our next applicant forward. Case 26-032 Rockefeller Building located at 614 West Superior Avenue, first floor wrap, public art. Please state your name for the record and proceed with your presentation.
Alex
Good morning.
Harnot's joined online.
Alex Harnot's from Destination Cleveland. Apologies for not being with you in person today, but I think we can run through this. A little background on this project. Destination Cleveland, as the Convention and Visitors Bureau, often gets involved in sort of temporary beautification efforts around events happening downtown. This is sort of a confluence of preservation work and event work. The Rockefeller Foundation is hosting an event in Cleveland in about a week and a half, June 8th and 9th, called the Big Bets for America convening. It's the third such event, previously in Oklahoma City and in Baltimore. They've had a lot of success with this event, and we're really excited to welcome the Rockefeller Foundation to Cleveland. And we think that Cleveland has a unique offering for them because of the history of John D. Rockefeller in Cleveland. So as part of these beautification efforts for the event and for downtown going forward in general, we're very interested in the Rockefeller building. When K&D purchased that building on April 28th, we immediately reached out and asked if there were any plans for temporary art installations as it's boarded up on the first floor right now. So we've been working with K&D, we've been working with the city through planning and through Rhonda Brown to come to a temporary installation to be in place for the Rockefeller Big Bets event, but to remain in place for really as long as necessary as K&D gets ready to renovate that building. So we can start going through slides if you would. This is its location, the Rockefeller Building, West 6th and Superior. I'm sure many of you are familiar with it. Go ahead. We're looking at wrapping the first floor, essentially the boarded up areas that have made the building secure as it's currently vacant on the south and east facades. So facing across West 6 towards Sherwin-Williams and then facing south towards the State Office Building. Go ahead, please. This was the condition of the east facade a couple weeks ago. Previously, Downtown Cleveland Inc. had hung vinyl banners in these boarded up openings with partnership of the previous owner. K&D wanted to redo that securing because it was not entirely secure. So those banners had to come down, and essentially we're proposing putting them back in the places that they're shown there. So that was the east facade a couple weeks ago. The east facade currently should be the next slide. Yep. Right now, they're essentially boarded over and painted bronze like the first two stories. And then the next two slides will be the same views of the banners on the south facade in its current condition. Perfect, thank you. And I think there's a close-up view just so you can see the condition of the building and the material there. Yep. Boarded over, painted bronze. Go ahead, please. Oh, context photos. Yep, Sherwin-Williams looking west over Detroit Superior Bridge, and then north on East 6th, you see the new streetscape for Sherwin-Williams across the street. So getting into the proposal itself, Destination Cleveland for the past 3 years has run our Murals Across the City program. We took in about 60 applications this year. We've identified 2 artists who we did not select through Murals Across the City because it wasn't a great fit for that program, but they were very interesting, like mixed media sort of artists mixing photos with design that we thought would be a great fit for what we were trying to accomplish here. So we reached out to those two artists, paid them design stipends, reviewed their proposals, and ultimately selected one to do a final design for us. The material we're proposing here, again, this is temporary, lasts about 2 years in my experience, which is, I hope, as long as it'll be needed there, as K&D gets ready to redo the building. So it'll be a vinyl coated polyester mesh. It's pretty heavy duty. We do this at 13 ounce per square yard. Same company, same printer, same installer who did the banners on East 9th Street and has done several other projects for us with this same material. Been very pleased with them. So go ahead into the proposal, please. The artist that we ended up selecting was Asia Armour, and her design proposal was called How Rockefeller Bloomed. Our ask to her was take historic photos from the Western Reserve Historical Society archive related to John Dee's time in Cleveland, his impact on Cleveland, sort of images from that era, and combine them with, her artistic vision. So go ahead, please. Here's one example of that historic photo of the Rockefeller home at 40th and Euclid in the 1920s, overset with this like bright floral pattern. This is very representative of Asia's work. You often get these bright floral backgrounds with photos, especially historic photos, set over them. So, you can read her artist statement there, but really a nod to historic architecture, the historic landscapes that Rockefeller helped to create in Cleveland, but also bringing visual interest and a pop of color to this, corner where, we've got not a lot of street level activity right now. Go ahead, one more, please. Just another example of sort of incorporating Rockefeller and historic related images over that floral background. Go ahead, please. And then these are not the final panel layouts. They're actually hitting my inbox right now. But you can see the sort of vision for processing down the street with, the same floral pattern continued and the different historical images highlighted. So this is the layout. There are 7 panels on the east side of the building, and there are 9 panels on the south side of the building. We do anticipate that some of the panels will repeat, but they will not repeat on the same side. So everything on the east side will be unique, and then some of those panels will be repeated on the south side. So with that, I think I will take your questions.
All right, thank you for your presentation. Before we move on to recommendations, questions and comments, we'll open up the floor to public comment. Hearing none, we'll move on to recommendations from the Design Review Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this project was reviewed by the Greater Downtown Historic Design Review Advisory Committee on May 20th. The committee discussed the historic images, possible additional images that show Rockefeller's offices and refinery, telling his early history and how he became significant, especially in Cleveland. And overall, they were supportive, noted that it adds visual interest and that it was fun, quick, and creative application on this building for its kind of temporary use. And so they did recommend the issuance of a certificate of appropriateness as presented.
Great, thank you. Ms. Petrus?
Thank you. I'm Tara Petrus, a public art.
Sorry.
That's okay. I've been called worse. I'm the public art coordinator for the city. I'm in support of this project. I think that the juxtaposition of the nature and industry is an interesting dynamic. I think this color and vibrancy is needed at this corner. The only other color is across the street. There's a sculpture in front of the office building across Superior. I can't recall the artist's name at the time, but I think that the color scheme in this also ties with that, with the orange. also enjoy that they, the historical context of the penny and Rockefellers, being known for pinching pennies and being frugal, and seeing the Standard Oil and Ohio, integrated into the artwork, makes it very appropriate for this particular location. And I think the color, and vibrancy is a far cry and improvement from the dark boarded up windows as they stand right now, during the development of this building. There's also an art gallery a couple of doors down, so I think it just makes sense. The only condition I would ask is that if this is approved today with the certificate of appropriateness, that it be approved with the condition that the staff receive the final layout with the final images for all 16 panels around the building. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Petrus. And Landmark's staff recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Staff feels it's a good solution for the building while the rehab plans are developed. Nice to see the story of Rockefeller in Cleveland told through artistic panels. So we are fully supportive, but would agree with the condition proposed by Ms. Petrus.
Great. Thank you. Now we'll open up to the commission for questions and comments. Who would like to start us off? Dr. Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to say I'm really pleased to see that the artist used some of the resources from the Western Reserve Historical Society's archives with those historic photos. Wondering if there will be a reference, not that we need footnotes for every panel, but just information reminding viewers that the source of the historic images is the Western Reserve Historical Society in case they want to do further research or just curious about the actual photos.
Yes, I'll note that Western Reserve has been a great partner in this project. We did pay their licensing for the high resolution images, and they will get a name check somewhere in the text and attribution that'll be on the final panels.
Thank you very much.
Right, thank you, Dr. Williams. Any other questions or comments? Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, I'm glad to see the references to the Rockefeller contribution to the city in these images. And I want to take an opportunity to thank K&D for stepping up to the plate and taking on this challenging project. So yeah, I look forward to seeing the installation of this design. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Any other questions or comments? Mr. Sandberry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a great application for a temporary installation. I do have one question. I assume I know the answer, but I want to ask it anyway and have it on record. How are these affixed to the building? Are they mechanically fastened? Are they fastened into the boards that are currently boarding up the windows, or are they being fastened into the actual building?
I believe the boarding up has a border to it, and as I understand it, it's fastened into that sort of temporary, not into the permanent structure.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sandberry. Any other questions or comments? Dr. Williams, you still have your hand up. Do you have another comment? Oh, all right, great. Hearing fairly consistent commentary, would someone like to make a motion? Mr. Dulick?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to approve as presented with the conditions that the information about the photographs and the Western Reserve Historical Society are included into the artwork, and that all of the final graphic designs are submitted to Cleveland Landmarks Commission for staff approval.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Sandberry. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Musson, please call roll.
Okay, Ms. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Dulick?
Yes.
Director Mersman?
Yes.
Mr. Sandberry?
Yes.
Mr. Strickland?
Yes.
Mr. Trasick?
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
and Mr. Lozier.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Very good.
Congratulations.
Thanks for your time this morning.
Looking forward to seeing these go up. All right, now we will welcome our next applicant forward. This is for case 26-023 Trinity Cathedral Episcopal Church located at 2230 Euclid Avenue, renovation. So please state your names for the record and go ahead and proceed with your presentation.
My name is BJ Owens. I'm the Dean of Trinity Cathedral.
My name is Carter Edmond. I'm the Director of Design for Maurice Brothers Construction's Design Build Group.
My name is Elle Barnhart. I'm the intern at Maurice Brothers.
And we have a couple people online. Sharon, do you want to introduce yourself?
Thank you.
Well, so Sharon Tursek is our in-house historian for Maurice Brothers Construction, and she's available if needed. And Cynthia, are you on? All right. So that's us this morning. Good morning. We're happy to be back here, and we're happy to be presenting once again the Trinity Cathedral Hall renovation project. What you're going to see is not much design change from the last time we presented. You're going to see some refinement, and some of the open design decisions have kind of come to some resolution. So we've been advised to be brief, and while I would love to spend an hour talking about this, we'll do our best to be brief and really focus on what's developed and what's changed since the last time you saw this. So this, of course, is Trinity Cathedral, which I think everyone is familiar with, and I do want to give my thanks to those who were able to come and do the tour of the facility with us a few weeks ago. I think that was very productive. Thank you for taking that time. Next slide, please. I do want to read the value proposition, and I do this anytime really that we're presenting this project to anyone, because I think it's very important. And this is something that we all agreed on, both the church, Maurice Brothers, the whole team at the beginning of the project. And this is really, we've tried to let this guide our whole design process. So our value proposition is to renew the beauty and functionality of Cathedral Hall, making it into a welcoming, accessible space that is used and loved by the congregation and community. To create a civic beacon of Christian compassion and service to the city. To respect the history, architecture, and integrity of Cathedral Hall. To work together as one team toward a common vision. And to do all this while making wise, responsible choices with respect to budget, schedule, and quality. Next slide, please. The location of Cathedral Hall, as I think you all are familiar, it's Euclid and East 22nd, right in the heart of the campus district, across the street from CSU's Innovation Center. The Upland Bennis YMCA is to the immediate south, and it's just within the inner belt there in downtown. Next slide, please. This is a view of the overall Trinity Cathedral campus. The main cathedral itself obviously is to the upper left. The parking lot is to the lower right. And that's where most people enter, through the parking lot. And then that curved area is Trinity Commons, which was built about 25 years ago and kind of unites various different buildings within the campus. So most people enter into that curved entrance into Trinity Commons. And then Cathedral Hall, which is the area that we'll be focusing on, is sort of center left, which was built actually before the cathedral and in an earlier kind of Romanesque style. And that's the area that we're focusing on. Sharon just texted me that they're not able to unmute. So if we could unmute Sharon or permit her to unmute.
And Cynthia Reese is with us as well.
Oh, okay. Cynthia, are you able to unmute?
Yes.
Okay, can you introduce yourself?
Hello, I'm Cynthia Reese. I'm the senior warden at Trinity Cathedral.
Thank you. So the object of this project is not really to transform Cathedral Hall, but to make Cathedral Hall more usable and more used. And a lot of that has to do with how you get to it and how it's supported and so forth. Next slide, please. As you may recall from our last presentation, we did extensive historical research on the history of Trinity going back to before Trinity was built. Interesting, there's in the lower left, there's a photograph of the site before Trinity owned the site. That's called the Carter House. No relation, as far as I know. And then approximately the same view of the first construction was the first pro-cathedral, the tower and the cathedral house. That actually was, so that hall with the tripartite window is what was to become Cathedral Hall. It was actually extended. It was originally a few bays, 4 or 5 bays shorter than it is today. And in the upper right, you see the tripartite stained glass window in Old Trinity, which was on Superior, which we discovered was relocated to the current location in Trinity and Cathedral Hall. Next slide, please. I apologize, Sharon. I'm giving a very abbreviated version here. So here we can see some of the original Schweinfurth rendered watercolor in the lower left, and in the lower right, floor plan, which actually you can kind of see that the last 3 structural bays were the addition that gives Cathedral Hall the footprint it has today. And you can also see, which will be relevant later, there was originally no door along the south wall leading out into what's today the Elizabeth Ring Mather Garden. Next slide, please. We also, since we were here before, we and our landscape architect, MKSK, have done quite a bit of research on the history of the Elizabeth Ring Mather Garden, found correspondence between the original landscape architect and Ms. Mather, her markups of the plans and so forth. Now, I want to be clear that the main Elizabeth Ring Mather Garden is beyond the scope of this project, but I want to mention it because our landscape design relates to that. And, there may be a future for enhancing, redeveloping, making that garden more useful, but we have a lot of background information for if and when that happens. Similarly, Mather House is beyond the scope of this project. It's something we discussed last time. So this project doesn't really have a disposition about the future of that building, but it's obviously a very important item for Trinity. Next slide, please. So here's the current floor plan, and really most of the work is not occurring within Cathedral Hall itself. There is some work in Cathedral Hall. Most of the work is occurring in the back of house, in the kitchen, the hallways leading to Cathedral Hall. A lot of the dollars are going to be spent in the basement under Cathedral Hall with new mechanical systems and so forth. But this is just to orient us. I'll be really focusing on a couple of areas. One is the area to the north of Cathedral Hall. There's that cloister, and there's a small garden up there, so we'll be looking at that. And then we're going to be looking at where it says garden entry, how we'll be turning that into an actual usable entry, and the garden area itself to the south of Cathedral Hall and Parish House. Next slide, please. So this is a contemporary aerial view from our drone showing obviously the cathedral in the foreground, Cathedral Hall a little bit in the background there. It is interesting that Cathedral Hall is this really wonderful space, and it's just, you don't know it's there unless you know it's there, and hopefully this will give it a much more broader recognition. Next slide, please. A couple of aerial views of the Cathedral Hall area itself. So we are looking east, we're looking over East 22nd. So the area to the left of Cathedral Hall is north, and that's that sliver of garden between the main cathedral and Cathedral Hall, and you see the cloister roof wrapping around it. We also studied this garden for potential redevelopment. That is not part of this project, but also something that could become a nice little outdoor courtyard area in the future. Not part of our scope today, though. But we will be looking, next slide, please, at how we're treating the cloister enclosure itself. So originally this cloister was all open. There were no windows. It was an exterior arcade. Some of those have been filled in later with non-period windows, which we're looking to replace and upgrade. Next slide, please. Here are a couple of views. It's this garden is a bit of an attractive nuisance. There's some unsavory activity that goes on there, and it's a bit of a hazard. So we talked last time about putting a security fence there. We have a little bit more development on that to show you. Next slide, please. So this is the existing condition in the cloister. So those stone columns originally were open. At some point, they were infilled with these somewhat unfortunate, very heavy wooden windows that really provide a visual and psychological barrier between interior and exterior. So our design intent is to remove all that wood framing with the exception of around the edges where it marries up to the columns. There's that little piece where there's the two lancet windows. The intent is to keep that portion, partly as a remembrance of what was there, partly because it's sort of fitting in its way, but also because that way we have a nice, clean, rough opening. We don't have to mess with the columns. We don't want to touch the columns any more than we have to. I will say those are in varying conditions, so some maybe need to be removed and replicated, but the idea is that it would be essentially the same thing. This is a wonderful architectural space, but it is somewhat dark and uninviting. Getting more natural light in there will be a big help. We're also working on some interior lighting that we think will enhance that as well without really detracting from it. Next slide, please. Just a couple more images of the existing condition. Next slide, please. These are some details which may be hard to read. If you have a printout or if you have it on your laptop, it might be a little easier to read. The point of these is really that the framing that we're using is really the minimal framing that we can do and still have a thermally broken system. It is an aluminum frame system. The finish, the intent would be a anodized bronze color. There's a lot of bronze colored metal fittings, trims, and so forth around in the cathedral area. This would be obviously crisp and clean and very clearly modern, but the color palette would be complementary. Next slide, please. So this obviously is a rendering of looking down that hallway with the new windows in. That existing window trim will be painted to match the new windows. The dark color, obviously we feel it's more appropriate with the palette, but also having a darker window frame makes you tend to look through the window and to the light outside more than at the window frame itself. Next slide, please. So this is the view looking from East 22nd Street into the courtyard. You can't see it very well here, but there is a fence there. The next slide will show a bit of a close-up of it. So this is the general design intent of the fence. I want to talk about this a little bit. We're taking the cross and circle motif off of the pinnacle of Cathedral Hall. We wanted to find a design direction that has that ornamental quality, but doesn't really look like a historical fence. So we're not trying to replicate or be faux historical. So we have some radius trim across the top. We have the variegated lengths of the verticals. I will say this is our design intent. Once we get fencing supplier and contractor on board, we'll have to work with them on exactly how this is built, and there may be some variation in what the final outcome is, but this is how we want this to work. The height is 6 feet, which complies with zoning code. Next slide, please. Okay, now moving to the garden area, and I want to be clear about differentiating. So that line, the north edge of Mather House, from that line north to Cathedral Hall, that's where we're working. That's the scope that we're dealing with. So these are just a couple of views showing the south facade of Cathedral Hall where the door was added. I think you may recall these doors, next slide please, which are of a different style. Let's see, we have next slide please. Okay, I'm sorry, let's go back. There are 4 sets of doors around Cathedral Hall. This is the only one that's exterior that were repurposed from a Euclid Avenue mansion in the 1960s. They are Schweinfurth, they are Gothic, they're a different style from the Romanesque Cathedral Hall, but they are very nice and they need to be preserved and conserved. We agonized a lot about what to do with that door. It is in very poor condition, as some of you have seen in person. Nevertheless, we do want to conserve and preserve it. It also, we need to have a code compliant exit and means of egress at this, outdoor door. So that's what we're going to do. There's a couple more views showing some context. There are these really cool yew bushes which extend into Elizabeth Ring Mather Garden. We're going to be a few of those will need to be removed, but we're really trying to preserve as much of those as possible and going to replant with some of the same species. We feel that yew is very appropriate for a churchyard, and it's a really nice feature of the garden. Next slide, please. One of the challenges of having an exterior entry on the south facade of Cathedral Hall is how do you get there? As I said, most people park in the parking lot. And when you go from the parking lot to that space between Cathedral Hall and Mather House, this is what you're greeted with. It's a very narrow passage, blocked mostly by a dumpster enclosure and the old fire escape from Mather House. We want to open up that aperture and make it an accessible and welcoming entrance. Next slide, please. So here are some other shots of the configuration as you enter there. The wooden ramp there serves a door to that little octagonal room that will no longer be needed. So the wooden ramp will be removed and it will be a straight shot through there. Next slide, please. As we talked about last time, and there's no change here, we are planning to remove the fire escape from Mather House. The fire escape, I don't know if we knew this when we talked last time, but the fire escape's not original. And we know that whatever the future of Mather House is, it's not going to have a fire escape. It's going to have a code compliant means of egress. This is in severely deteriorated condition, and it is an attractive nuisance. It's not going to have another function in the future. So there is an area well below it. We are not filling in the area well because we don't know what access we may need in whatever future program may occur at Mather House. So we are putting a subway grading over that, which I think may have come up as a suggestion here last time. So that's the direction we're going with that. Next slide, please. Just some additional images of the fire escape. Next slide, please. And just a few more. Next slide, please. So let's move to talking about the garden a little bit. This garden has the potential to be a really extraordinary urban oasis, and it was at one time, and has that potential in the future. Again, we're really looking at just that northern section of it, but we want to do that within the context of the whole scenario. And being bordered, of course, by Mather House, Cathedral Hall, and then across the street, the Hubble and Venice YMCA's. It's a really, if you haven't walked through that garden, you really should do it. Next slide, please. So this is the current existing condition. So there's the Briggs door, which empties right out into those steps down. There's a variety of different types and configurations of pavers, trying to make the connection between the garden axis, which is off axis from where the door is. There's a grassy area to the left, which is actually rather nice. Some brick pavers, and then the sort of aperture that you have to go through to get out. I want to point out a couple of features. There's a couple of nice sandstone benches off to the left, which we're going to repurpose. And there's an Elizabeth Ring Mather memorial stone in the grass off to the left, which we're also relocating. Next slide, please. This is the proposed plan. I think a couple of these things were still in flux last time we talked. We had a lot of consideration about the configuration and orientation of the ADA ramp. This ended up being the best location for it in order for us to create contiguous exterior spaces, particularly between the new vestibule and the garden room, there's that little outdoor room that's bordered by native perennials and has the 2 relocated sandstone benches in it. And then the main promenade, which can also be an outdoor space, a program space, but also allows people to flow easily and intuitively from the parking lot to Cathedral Hall. We're keeping the grassy area to the left. I think the ramp sort of helps border that. I think it's always important to try to have the ramp and the stair start and end as close to the same place as possible. So you're reunited with someone that you may be traveling with. So we tried to keep that as much as possible. And then just to this, at the southern border, you see that little dark rectangle where it leads into the main garden. That's where we're going to relocate the Elizabeth Ringmather Memorial Stone. Next slide, please. I realize you can't read this, but again, if you have it on your screen or if you have a printout, this is the planting plan. I'll just point out a couple of highlights. So around that little exterior room, there's a variety of, like I said, native perennial flowering shrubs. We are putting in a couple of additional taxus or yew bushes. We have red twig dogwoods along that bump out between the ramp and the bump out of Cathedral Hall to provide some year-round visual interest. And then in that little nook between the bump out and the new vestibule will be some ornamental tree of a moderate size. We don't know what exactly we're looking at, maybe a dogwood or a crabapple, maybe a Japanese maple. So we haven't exactly settled on that, but some ornamental tree. Next slide, please. Here's some orthogonal drawings of the podium and the vestibule itself. The design intent of the vestibule is essentially the same as we talked about last time, although we've refined it a little bit. So let's look at some perspective views of that. Next slide, please. So here's again some orthogonal views. Really, the section just demonstrating how we are trying to make the wall as diaphanous as possible. I think we were looking possibly at wood columns last time. We've gone to steel columns, which will be a smaller section. They'll again be that sort of bronze color, painted obviously. And we're looking at a capless storefront system. So you would have the continuous glass surface on the outside. Exactly what system that is, again, will depend on the subcontractor that we're working with, but minimal mullions that we can have there. And those, again, would be the bronze anodized color. There's a integral gutter with the fascia. The gutter, the fascia, and the roof will all be natural copper, which is a material we see a lot on campus and will ultimately patentate, much like Trinity Commons. Next slide, please. Yeah, as I think you know, we agonized a great deal about this door, but I think we've come to the right decision. I don't know if we have the interior view. Next slide, please. I know this is an interior door, but I want to just acknowledge that there's a particular casing profile that Schweinfurth used a lot, and we have examples of throughout the Cathedral Hall complex that we're going to replicate here. There's also carved linen fold panels that we are going to be able to relocate from another location and use here as part of the transom. And then the door itself will be a very simple wood and glass door stained to match. Next slide, please. This is, I mentioned at the garden room, there's currently an aluminum door in this. It's not going to be a door anymore. We're going to use the same storefront system to infill here and match the mullion locations of the adjacent window, which is not the historic window, but it's there, and it's we're not changing those windows. Next slide, please. A couple of perspective views. This, obviously, we're looking east. We're looking through that open aperture out toward the parking lot and the sunny weather that we always have in Cleveland. But this gives you just a sense of kind of where the pavers are, where the planted areas are. That tree next to the vestibule is larger than what we'd have, but nevertheless. Next slide, please. One thing that has changed is we had presented a notion of an archway from the parking lot leading into the promenade. We are not doing that. The main reason is because we haven't embarked yet on the study of Mather Hall, we don't know what the relationship between the garden and the parking lot is going to be. Maybe it's something south of Mather Hall. We don't know, but it would be, premature to make a decision, I think, about that entrance gate. Another view, obviously, the glass vestibule. We think it was very important to keep both visually and for technical reasons, to keep the roof line of the vestibule below the eave line of Cathedral Hall, so that eave line is uninterrupted, and it just pockets right in there. Next slide, please. A little bit closer view. These are maybe not the exact species, but they're very close to what the landscape architect picked out for those perennials. And there you can see the relationship with the ramp. We're looking at black or the same sort of burnished bronze finish for the guardrails, and then the infill will be cable infill. We want you to see through the guardrails rather than really see the guardrails. Next slide, please. And then just a final view here from the southwest. Next slide, please. Thank you. We'd be happy to entertain any questions or discussion.
Thank you for your presentation. Before we move on to questions and comments from the commission, we'll open up to the floor for public comment. Hearing and seeing none, we will move on to recommendations from the Design Review Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This project was reviewed by the Greater Downtown Historic Design Review Advisory Committee on May 20th. There's discussion on the scope of work to Mather Hall after the fire escape is removed, and detail on if the fence will be iron or aluminum. They did note that it was a thorough presentation addressing the questions raised at the schematic review and sensitive treatment of the property. Ultimately, they did motion to recommend the issuance of a certificate of appropriateness with conditions that the applicant provide staff details on the north elevation of Mather Hall after the fire escape is removed.
Great, thank you. And landmark staff recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Staff agrees with the local design review advisory committee. It's a sensitive treatment of the property. We would like to see the details of the north elevation of Mather Hall once it's determined what level of repair needs to be done with the removal of the fire escape.
Of course.
And then the fence details once those are finalized, but we are in full support.
Great, thank you. Now we'll open up to the commission for questions and comments. Who would like to start us off? Mr. Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, everyone. A lovely presentation, as always. And I think I said a lot at the conceptual design review, and I would basically reiterate those. It's on YouTube. So I think that it's developed nicely in terms of just the simplicity, and a great move to go, which I believe came up at the conceptual review, to go from the wood to the metal. It just feels entirely appropriate. I think the black on the railings, and I'm going to ramble maybe a little bit, but the black on the railings feels very like the black for the fence for the cloister garden feels appropriate. I think that the kind of sensitivity to color and relative visual softness, especially with the cables and everything like that, it feels appropriately simple. And I would suggest studying whether it's a bronze or lighter bronze or whatever metal that it have that's little less contrast would be my thought. When we go to the details of how the vestibule meets the opening in the existing opening in Mather Hall, I think there were some plan details there. So actually, go forward one first, and then I'll come back to this. So one of the challenges here, and I don't know if this came up last time, the rough opening for the Briggs door is not located symmetrically within the two buttresses. And what happened was from this view, the right hand, I'm sure looking at the exterior view, the right hand jamb was cut out to accommodate the door. And I think what happened is the door was bigger than so there's the opening for all the windows. So they started with the opening of the window that was there, but the door was bigger than the opening for the typewriter window that was there. And I think either to accommodate the existing downspout or so they only had to cut one jamb and not two, they expanded it asymmetrically. So go back to the orthogonal drawings. And speaking of things that we agonized about. That's why I'm making it. So it's obvious. So you see the two plan details there. So we ultimately landed on the vestibule needs to be symmetrical within the buttresses. The door on the inside needs to be symmetrical within the wood framing. And then we need to make up that difference in sort of a gasket between the two. So on the left, and you can see in the poche the difference in the existing profile, right? So on the left plan detail, you see the storefront comes basically right up, and then there's a metal closure that would be part of the storefront system essentially, and would be the same color as the storefront, and just finishes that gap. Then on the right side, we have about 9 inches that we need to make up, and we would make that up again with the same metal closure that's part of the storefront system. So you have the last mullion, and then essentially the dark metal gasket that fills in. We looked at stone, we looked at cast stone, we looked at any number of materials, and the basic idea is that there's Cathedral Hall, and then subservient to that is the vestibule, and then the most diminished part is the gasket between the two. Okay, I was curious through the chair to the applicant. I was curious about the materiality of that and how it feels. And this is mostly, I don't know how hard. Yeah, nothing short of agony, and it is in a garden, so I won't go there. But I think I can understand the agony, and not to further your agony, but it's not. I feel like this is there's something primal to this project about this moment. I think everything from, let's cut, like there's some quirky stuff about what happened. It's interesting you say, because one of the things we explored was, speaking of the quirkiness, there's a lot of these bevel cuts, right? And we explored different geometries of potentially using that, those angles or beveling out toward it, which, are there anything else that we explored other than this really just drew too much attention to that intersection, right? Yeah, through the chair, thank you. I guess where I'm going is, I feel there's an opportunity to almost celebrate the history and the quirkiness. There was something, however thoughtful or situational or misguided or wonderful, when things about the Schweinfurt, the mansion doors that found their way here, and what can feel like a fairly, I'll call it quirky, rough gesture to enlarge a stone opening on one side, and something where these layers of symmetry and these layers of shape, these layers of form really work. I guess my thought or suggestion for consideration is, why not celebrate that a little bit? I see on one side it's really kind of touching the stone. I'm a little troubled by the sticks and drywall and metal infill to the original opening. I'm thinking it isn't as consistent with the love and care I see in everything else about this project. And I think those details can be, I don't know whether that's glass on one side, but not on the other. I understand the asymmetry and symmetry, but I guess I think there's the existing opening, given what it's been through, deserves a kind of honor in its own right. Just to go back to your value proposition. I think filtering what it means for this new glass system to touch what wants to be a restored stone opening. The choice to not do that, I think, is entirely appropriate with your value proposition. But I think it can be more thoughtful and wonderful and nuanced than to use a gasket and drywall and things like that. It's asking for that to actually feel more more respectful of both the original architecture of the hall and how it penetrates, how that opening gets honored, as well as the actual experience. Like I want people, I'm hoping the architecture in its final form and its final details really encourages people to raise that question, and that piques curiosity and doesn't really hide what actually happened. I mean, because that goes back to the value proposition. It goes back to expressing those values where, we don't necessarily hide the suffering, right? We acknowledge it. I really think as small as it is, I think there's a real architectural opportunity to embody the kinds of values you so eloquently stated, but also that we understand Trinity is doing its best to embody with this facility. I think that's really the necessary detail. And maybe it gets back to the doors. I mean, can the doors be more of this metal thing? Can the doors be more part of this metallic? These are thoughts and suggestions, but I think this is really important.
Thank you. And many of those are things that we consider. And we originally were looking at the interior doors essentially being part of the glass and metal box. But what that did to the interior overall really felt alien to the space. So the wood doors, which are clearly modern, but are materially sympathetic to the surroundings, we felt were more appropriate for that, and they're largely glass. On the inside, so you're right. This is the most agonizing condition. Thank you for the garden reference, by the way.
Always, you're welcome.
The interior condition. So it's really two conditions, right? The interior and the exterior. The interior condition, although this plan detail looks like this is drywall, we're actually continuing the wainscoting up to the jamb, which is the one that's replicating Schweinfurth's profile, and then essentially merging that with the continuation of the plaster plane above. So there is no scar on the inside. We considered, is there a joint or something that shows the original opening? I think that doesn't read as the obsessed idea. It reads as an incomplete piece of work. I think on the exterior, which the idea of having glass return in there, which is also something we looked at, we didn't think worked very well from that interior view, and also is obviously it's technically rather challenging. But I think we can look more, particularly at the exterior profile, and maybe it really is that system that continues. So it reads as part of the vestibule that's, as opposed to a no man's land, it's sort of part of the vestibule that works its way in there, or maybe it recesses or something.
I think it needs through the chair, I think it needs further study. I think it's really important. And the wood doors being clearly new and harmonizing with the Star interior, but I guess I'd encourage the, gasket versus scar. I mean, the scar is only on one side, right? I mean, it's kind of a layup for this architecturally to say that. I think to the degree it looks like a mistake, I guess I would challenge the notion that has to do with how you're thinking about the interior versus the exterior. This is where the two kinds of architecture come together. And I think as the threshold to the garden, that kind of intentional imperfection, if detailed and designed correctly, could actually make the design more powerful. I feel this is a missed opportunity. So, I mean, otherwise, I think that there's as I said before, I think it's very sensitive and developing really nicely. Thank you. I'm anxious to hear what my other commissioners have to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dulick. Any other questions or comments? I guess I will go next. Thank you again for the sort of thoroughness of the presentation. This is really inspiring, the work that you've done. And again, going back through the history and sort of pulling all that forward to help inform the work that you're doing, and really helping us understand the importance and the legacy of this particular piece of the much larger complex, I think is really just fascinating for me personally. I have a couple of questions. So if we go back to the other side where the
cloister.
The cloister, thank you. Just a clarifying question. Keep going back with the windows. You go one more forward, sorry. There we go. Thank you for retaining the sort of the two the Lancet windows. I think that's a really elegant way of respecting kind of the alteration that happened, in the more recent past, but creating an opportunity for that to be having much more visibility and light, coming into the space and seeing out into the cloister itself. Clarifying question. So is it just the 3 windows that are sort of perpendicular to the hall, and then the 3 openings with the existing windows, or is the intent to enclose the entire cloister?
No, we're not enclosing those.
Okay,
We're
gotcha.
only doing what's already enclosed. It's the 3 in the east cloister, and then the first couple in that vestibule on the south cloister.
Gotcha. Thank you. That's helpful. So from my perspective, I think, while I was an advocate for keeping the historic windows, I think that this is a really elegant solution to sort of hearken, with the Lancet windows remaining, and a nice clean way of killing a couple of birds with one stone, for lack of a better sort of euphemism. When it comes to the fence, I appreciate, looking at the architecture itself as inspiration for how to develop those components and create something that fits really nicely with the historic context of the buildings there, the cathedral and cathedral hall. I appreciate that it's not just a typical, aluminum picketed fence. There's some thought and meaning behind the design intention there. So I'm really, really excited by that. I think that's really well done. Going to, I don't have any commentary about Mather Hall. I think we've sort of talked at length about that last time. Understand that that's really not the sort of future of that building is not part of the scope of this building, but the removal of that fire escape is, which again, I think allows, visibility from the parking area into the garden. It makes it a much more visibly sort of a much more visible connection between the two. And I think the recommendation of doing the subway grading or whatever we call it over the area well, I think makes a lot of sense. And again, it allows for potential future ability to access that in a way that could be beneficial for the future development there. There's a lot presented. So I appreciate Mr. Dulick's commentary around the vestibule. What I think, what I'm reading, I might be reading it incorrectly, but you're trying to resolve a couple of different things, right? The asymmetry at the exterior, as well as the symmetry of the sort of the interior. And I guess what I think I'm picking up on is that the the arches on the inside, don't match the buttresses on the outside.
Yeah, actually, believe it or not, that's true. And I couldn't believe that because on the inside, the door is symmetrical between the wooden cathead beams, but on the outside it's not. And I think if you're on the inside looking at that door, the left one was where it ended originally when it was first built, and the rest is the addition. So I think that's why it doesn't align.
So that's part of the.
This will be a lesson for future seminarians. I'm sorry.
This will be a lesson for future seminarians that when you arrive at your church, sometimes you will discover that your arches do not match your buttresses.
So again, like that's another layer of how do you resolve all of these things coming together that's not only sensitive to what's going on inside the building, but how that relates to sort of the exterior intervention, as well as then how does that then relate to the garden and access and all of that stuff. So certainly appreciate all of the diligence and the what you've done to really look into how best to accommodate all of these differing and contradictory sort of elements. But that said, I think that, based on Mr. Dulick's comments, I think further study of how those things come together would, I think, be helpful, or at least maybe sharing a little bit more kind of the studies that you had done to help us really sort of understand how you got to this sort of resolution. When it comes to the materiality and all of that, I think that the choices that you made are really spot on. Couple of other sort of clarifications. So as we look at there's a couple different renderings, and there's a couple of different things that are happening in those renderings. The first rendering of the garden perspective, which I think might have been an earlier.
Yeah, and that rendering was actually by the landscape architect, so they were really focusing on that. So
Gotcha. Okay, so the renderings that follow that, the garden vestibule and ramp renderings, are really the ones that are being sort of presented as part of this sort of design. So just clarifying that the vestibule itself, the glazing is sort of full height without an intermediate
That's
molding.
right.
Okay, great, nice and clean, with sort of the copper sort of detailing at the top.
Yep.
That will patina over time, which I think again harkens back to some of the other sort of interventions over time as well. I think that's going to look really nice. I think the simplicity of that vestibule box, I think, is a really nice way to sort of make that gesture, making it sort of less of a statement and more of just a simple sort of way to sort of enter into the building. When it comes to the ramp and the stairs themselves, I think I'm good with that. I do question a couple of the things about the railing. One, I think that the black, I think, is too much of a contrast. And is there another material you mentioned? A sort of a more of a bronzy color.
Yeah,
might help with that. But again, thinking about looking at the palette of the rest of the campus, what do we think? What do you think really makes? How do you sort of borrow from that to again sort of make this feel a little bit more of this particular place, rather than we have a more of a standard
Right.
black railing.
So and you said something similar. I think something warmer, a little less harsh. I think, yeah, that's definitely a good idea.
And then a question about the height as well. So I don't know exactly what the elevation change between grade and the upper landing is, but I think it would be great if you didn't need to have the guardrail height. And I get that really is a function of the height of the elevation change between the two surfaces. I think that adds additional weight that maybe if that was able to be sort of stripped back, that might be, again, a little bit more of a lighter touch than something that feels a little bit heavier than maybe it needs to be. So I don't know if you have any.
Yeah,
thoughts on that.
we had the same thought, but we do have to have it, and it's just a matter of getting from grade to the threshold.
Right.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So that also said, there's always the ability to raise the grade around it. So maybe there's a way from the planting bed perspective that if those become more maybe raised beds, that maybe it eliminates the need for that to be a guardrail height. Just again, something to consider there. I think that um, uh, these are sort of little tweaks that I think would go a long way to really helping this feel um, better positioned. And again, in this really sort of beautiful, environment. Um, and then thirdly, with regard to the railings, again, the intermediate rail in the middle of the staircase, is there a way to get around not having to include that
Yeah,
one?
we may be able to eliminate that,
Okay.
actually.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
I think again, like how do we start to, strip away in a way that, we're providing what code mandates of us, but, maybe there's opportunities to interpret what the code is telling us to again have something that's really sort of the place.
We need to look at our required egress width to make sure we have enough, with the two, but we may be able to get rid of that.
Awesome. And then I also, I understand the one, the sort of the need for the horizontal cables. But again, if we're able to reconsider this as not a guardrail and more of a handrail, how does that impact the overall design of the railing itself as well? So just things to think about, because again, like it's required at the uppermost, but as you move closer down to sort of ground grade, that requirement, isn't required anymore. So just thinking about, how, are there different ways to make this feel a little bit, less typical and more sort of custom for this particular area. What? One more question. Sorry to keep it rambling. There's a lot. And this wasn't brought up, and I don't know if this is an intention at all, but looking at is there the intention to, at this point or down the road, to clean the stone, of the building?
Yeah, so Trinity is separately engaging in a building envelope capital maintenance study. And that is one of the things that is under consideration for that.
Again, just like thinking about, how this situates itself with the larger campus, and, I'm not necessarily advocating for or against cleaning of the stone, but, right now it feels, because it is, darker and patinaed, it does sort of feel like it's a little bit different than the cathedral itself, right? So they feel a little bit less connected than they actually are. But cleaning may help it feel much more sort of the larger, context and complex as well. So anyway, just thought I'd ask that question too. So
I would say one thing that this, I get it. One thing that this process really helps us to do, it can be very difficult to know with some degree of intimacy the layers of history when you go back 125 years or 200 years, if you want to look at the whole history of Trinity. And it does, having some differentiation between the two buildings helps us to understand the different layers of history and where they all came to. So I could certainly see from both sides. I mean, we've certainly been warned by our friends in the community not to take a power washer to it, but that even the decision to do or not to do, besides the cost factor, that there's aesthetic and historic values to be considered, and it's a great question any way you look at it, and considering all of them.
And again, I think there's opportunities for all of this. And again, thank you for being such, wonderful stewards of this really important property within the city. So
Yeah,
those are
likewise.
those are my comments.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the commission? Dr. Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can we go back to the slide where you have the security fence near the cloister, I believe? And it was the one with the detailed that
Mhm.
one. Okay, yeah, in one of the other photos, I noticed, and I don't think I misread this, that it would take a bit of doing to get up to that level, from the pedestrian walkway. And I heard you say that there were some problems with
Mhm.
things happening in that area, but I'm just wondering, this is the area, is it not, where the windows are framed in brown on the interior?
Yes, so if you look in the far distance in this photograph, those are the three cloister windows. That's this is not photograph, but this is rendering. Those are the three cloister windows where we're replacing the whitewood framing with the bronze framing without the interior muntins. And just to clarify about the transition from street level, there is a short, maybe 2-foot stone retaining wall, and then it goes into the grass here. So there's really not any barrier to someone getting in that space right now.
Okay. All right, but the brown trim for the windows is visible from the exterior, or is that only visible in the
It,
interior?
it is visible from the exterior. So if you were standing here, you would see that in the distance.
Okay, and had you considered perhaps using a different color on the security fence so that the difference isn't so stark?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. This is obviously not going to be hand wrought iron, but it is sort of in that visual family. And there is a lot of black iron fence around the campus right now. So the notion here, the intent is that this will be black like the rest of the fence. We could discuss, going to that warmer color, but my instinct is that in this case, because it's sort of like a wrought iron fence, that we would probably stick with the black.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Williams. Any other questions or comments from the commission? Hearing none, would someone like to make a motion? Mr. Dulick?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a motion to approve as presented with the following requirements: that the color and extent of the ramp and stair railings be studied, including the possibility of minor grade alterations to allow for the minimization of guardrails at ramps and stairs. Also like to require to share studies and do further study about the details of the connection between the vestibule and that existing opening at the Cathedral Hall. And a requirement that an elevation of the architectural conditions, including any repairs to Mather Hall, where the fire escape is being removed, be shared. This is all for landmark staff review. Did I miss anything, Mr. Chair? Or
I think you covered everything that was on my list. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
A second.
Thank you, Mr. Sandberry. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Musson, please call roll.
Right. Ms. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Dulick?
Yes.
Director Mersman?
Yes.
Mr. Sandberry?
Yes.
Mr. Strickland?
Yes.
Mr. Trasick?
Yes.
Dr. Williams?
Yes.
And Mr. Lozier?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
very much.
All right, and with that, we'll move on to our next case. Welcome our next applicant forward for case 26-033. The property located at 6114 West Clinton Avenue, renovation and addition. Please go ahead and state your name for the record and then proceed with your presentation.
Hello, my name is Bernard Chambers. I'm part of the ownership group for the property located at 6114 West Clinton. I am presenting to you today the plans to remove all existing siding on the home. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah. So this is currently how the home is constructed now. So we will be proposing to remove all the siding on the home, remove all the decking and all the railings and everything off of the house. And we will be putting all new siding on the home. We went before the historical uh, design committee last week, and as I proposed vinyl siding, they asked if I could put more elevated materials on the front elevations of the home. So I decided that wouldn't be a problem. Instead of putting vinyl siding on the front of the house, I said that we can put LP lap siding on the front, which is a more sustainable wood composite. And we will also put 5-inch trim around the windows. They also asked me to upgrade the windows from vinyl to a better material on the front. And I said that won't be a problem. I would propose to remove the windows that's in the front of the home and upgrade those to a more sustainable materials as well. We were going to just put a regular 36-inch custom uh, railing for the deck with 3/4-inch aluminum black circle spindles. And while they wasn't opposed to that, they also asked if it would be possible to put a 32-inch wood spindle railing, which I said that won't be an issue to change to that. I just wanted to make sure that, there wouldn't be any issues with code and safety, because a lot of the times the code is 36-inch for. They said that there are some variances and things that wouldn't be a problem with putting a 32-inch. So that's it for the front of the home. Go to the next slide, please. And these are examples of the railing that we were going to present or put onto the home. And that is the Trex composite decking that we are going to put on the home. But like I said, we're going to now just build a regular wooden spindle railing to accompany the house. Next slide. These were some of the examples of the colors of the home that we were going to use. The top of the house was going to be vinyl shake on all the peaks, and the regular parts of the house would just be the horizontal siding. And then, like I say, in the front, we will be using the LP lap siding. Next slide. Next slide, please. This is currently the current layout of the home as it's currently constructed. And as you see, there is nothing in the back of the house. We are proposing to put a 2-story addition on the back of the home, as we had proposed a addition on the front before that got declined. So we are now proposing to add a 2-story addition on the back of the home. Go to the next slide, please. And as you see on the second level, that's where we're going to put a new primary bedroom with a full bathroom and walk-in closet. At the bottom level, we're going to put an additional family room with a small deck off the back of it. And we're also going to take the windows that we removed from the front of the home and just use those same windows for the addition in the back. Next slide. And this was just some renderings of what we were going to do to the home, and you can see how it looks with the addition on the back. So everything as far as the integrity of the home is going to be intact. It's going to stay in line with the historical recommendations. And as I said, we're going to put more elevated materials on the front of the home as they asked for, and they didn't have any issues with the addition on the back. So with that, that's the end of my presentation, and I will leave it up to you guys for questioning.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Before we get to questions and comments from the commission, we will open up the floor to public comment. Seeing and hearing none, we will hear recommendations from the Design Review Advisory Committee.
Sorry, new process with public comment. We did receive public comment in writing.
Okay.
And which was distributed to our commission members to read before our meeting. To kind of summarize and paraphrase the 6 emailed comments that we did receive early in May when this was first proposed for the local committee. The comments received were in opposition to the project, noted that they were not in support in keeping parts that were completed outside of the review process and outside of permits, and that work was not done as proposed or not done correctly. They did note that the work that was done inappropriately should be undone to make it more acceptable. Noting the house presented was an eyesore and the historic character was lost and with the non-traditional materials proposed. And wanted to note that continue for the determination to continue upholding the standards in this historic district. So those kind of summarize the 6 comments that we did receive.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Beam. Now any local design review advisory recommendations?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so this project, as our applicant noted, was reviewed by the Historic West Cleveland Design Review Advisory Committee on May 20th. There was a lot of discussion on the primary facade, noting that it's important to not use vinyl materials, to have the horizontal siding appearance with the wider trim bands and the details retained or placed back. They did note the back and sides for the vinyl is okay to continue matching the appearance of what they put on the front. And there was discussion on the possibility for a lower railing height due to the original railing heights in this area, which was about 32 inches. So kind of questions there on code compliance concerns, but they wanted to make sure that the front character of the home was maintained for the house itself and for the street and historic district. The kind of discussion on moving the existing windows in the front of the home to use in the new addition and then putting in the a higher quality window on the front was noted just to make sure the windows are all proportional throughout the design and that the appearance is consistent across the front of the home. They did recommend the issuance of a certificate of appropriateness after much discussion with specific conditions that the material on the front be historically appropriate with upgraded siding and windows, moving the front windows to the back to match proportions across the home for a 32-inch railing and for the 5-inch trim and 4-inch siding details to be finalized and provided after finalized.
Great. Thank you. And staff recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, staff is largely aligned with the local design review committee. Feel that everything forward of the cross gable on the front of the home should be, replaced and I guess reinstalled in an appropriate manner. I think if the commission does make a motion to approve the work, I think being very specific about where that line, like what we consider the front of the house to be, is important, because on this house you have a cross gable and then there's some chamfered corners. Do you guys want to see everything that faces West Clinton have the LP Smart siding, or is it that inside corner? Is it after the chamfer? I think just being specific on what we're considering the front of the house is, it will be important in this. Otherwise, yeah, I think we agree with the local. I feel the porch should be wood materials, more genuine materials, and a preference for the 32-inch rail height over 36. But if that's not possible by code, I think it's worth exploring options of having a lower railing with sort of another railing, like less visually obtrusive railing above it. Sometimes there's a 30-inch railing and then made of wood and then just a metal pipe rail that runs across at the 36-inch height. So I think this would be an appropriate time to look at an option like that. But staff is supportive. I did want to note that we did see this case previously in 2004 as case 24-026. There's a conditional approval met, And so some of this work was done outside of those conditions. And so the applicant is back here to, I guess, have another go at it. So hopefully, hopefully he can obtain an approval and meet the conditions this time.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Musson. Now we open up to the commission for questions and comments. Who would like to start us off? Mr. Strickland?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like the applicant to clarify whether the new materials that are being proposed for the front of the building would include those chamfered portions that face West Clinton, which it would be my stipulation that those chamfers would be considered part of the front of the building, part of the main facade, and those materials should be replaced as proposed for the entire front of the building.
Yeah, I was going to actually do all of that front facade, and honestly, the only part that was going to have vinyl was just like after all the slanted returns on the house, and it's just basically, you know, the driveways on each side and the back of the house. So everything that you can see from the street or, you know, walking down, all of that will be LP lap siding.
All right, excellent, thank you. And I'll just note that this commission has approved 32-inch railings before and shown a preference for that height, and that's allowed by code in a historic district.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect. There's no problem to do the 32. I just wanted to make sure you know, nothing would come back on me
Right.
later.
No, we've done that in the past. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. Any other questions or comments? Ms. Anderson?
Oh, okay.
Saw your hand first.
I'm in agreement with Mr. Strickland's comments, and I share the concerns of the neighborhood about the progress of this house so far. I have a question about the front gable. There's a vent there right now in the center of that gable, and I don't think that's original. There was probably, you know, a window, maybe even a decorative window of some sort. And I was just checking to see if I would think there might be some sort of I couldn't find a historic photo in the MLS listings, but I was think that there might be some evidence on in the attic area to at least show the size. And I would like to see it return to something that's more in scale and in keeping with what the original is up there, as opposed to having that vent.
That when we looked inside of that vent was actually there for proper ventilation inside of the attic. So I mean, while it can be changed, it also could affect the integrity of the home and also the integrity of the roof. So I would really caution against that because, like I said, I understand we all want to have, you know, that look, but also, you know, the integrity of the home and making sure that everything is sustainable and lasting in the manner in which it should is, you know, the first most important thing.
Well, modern roofs usually install ridge vents to correct that problem. You know, again, there's probably some sort of original framing remaining in that area of the attic, which would indicate the size. I mean, maybe somehow a vent could be incorporated into that, but it probably isn't necessary because of the ridge vents that they use on roofs. But it looks like a modern introduction that isn't keeping with the design of the house.
Yeah, I understand your concern. There's also a couple of other houses over there that's been remodeled that have a similar look as well. So while it's not, you know, maybe the original historical look or something that, may be something that you guys may look more towards. It is other, modern, newer homes that have that same feature.
Yeah, each case is individually decided, and there was a long period of time when this was not a historic district, and there were a lot of modifications that were made to homes that would not be permitted under these circumstances.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. One, I think, thing to clarify is I think you can see in the upper left image on the screen, it's hard to tell because it's kind of tiny, but it looks like that the louvered vent is present in the house's previous iteration, at least most recent iteration before the additional work has been done. So just want to I guess note that for the record as well. Mr. Sandberry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, to staff, a point of clarification. Is this a modification of the previous application, or is this a brand new application?
Through the chair, we're treating this as a new application because enough time has passed and there was work done outside of the approval. So we're treating it as the applicant is coming with the existing conditions and making the proposal that he's making today.
So some of the guidance that we gave in the last application, does that still stand, or I want to be consistent?
Sure.
Because I think there's some misunderstanding between some of the public comment and what we did approve in the last application. And I think that obviously there's some things that were done outside of our approval, but overall, some of the things were granted.
Yes.
In that application. So I guess, yeah, where do we need to set a boundary, and which guidance from the previous application still stands?
So yeah, through the chair, there was in the previous application, there was a permit issued for work on to replace the roof and then install vinyl siding on the sides and rear, which was permitted in the previous approval. So that was signed off on by Landmark's office. That permit was issued. So it's essentially everything that was done on the front portion of the house. Any work that was done there was done without permit, and so that's what we're looking at now. So the siding on the sides and rear is not that's already installed, that's already been approved. That was kind of the previous case at this point, and then they didn't move forward with the other work as approved. They had also proposed a small addition to the one corner in the front, if you recall. Now there's an addition to the rear, so it's taken into account a lot of the feedback received, I think, last time you came through. But if there's specific guidance that you don't see reflected in this approach, I think reiterating it is a good idea.
So roofing was complete and it was part of the approval and it was part of the permit.
Yes.
I did see in the public comment that roofing was an issue, but I don't think it was outside of what we approved.
No, that's correct. I think some members of the community saw work being done here, and since some of it was outside of the scope of what was approved, they assumed that everything was outside of the scope of what was approved. But as far as I know, there was a permit fully issued for the roof work and the siding on the rear and the sides.
Thank you for the clarification. To the applicant, I think I want to thank you for listening to some of our comments at the previous submission. I think you've come up with a much better design with the two-story addition on the rear that I think addresses a lot of the concerns that were brought up in the last meeting, and gives you more of that space that you were looking for previously. I think the overall design is very consistent with the historic nature of the building. and I thank you for that. I think the issues that I have are the minor details. And I think it's the the size of the siding, the the materials on the front, and I think you've at least given your word that those things are going to be appropriate for the front of the building, and I thank you for that. I think it's a great idea to remove the windows on the front and reuse them in the addition. I think that's an awesome application of those windows. So thank you for listening to a lot of the comments and making those changes. Yeah, I think as long as we can clarify a lot of the details with the railings and those details, I'm in support of this project.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Sandberg. Any other questions or comments? Mr. Julik.
Mr. Chair, real quick, just a point of clarification about what is the nature of the roof of the addition. I mean, I'm looking at that middle photograph, which I assume is the current rear elevation. Is that correct? And is the addition on the back kind of engulfing that on one side where that little side porch with the shed roof is? I just want to understand what's going on. And is
The side porch in the back is getting removed, and the addition is going to be attached to all of that.
So is the entire existing portion of the upper roof going to be replaced with the lower pitch as shown in the renderings?
Yes.
Okay.
So the pitch of the roof and everything is going to basically remain intact as is. We're just attaching to the roof that's currently there.
Through the chair to the applicant, thank you for that clarification. I guess my confusion is that it looks like the entire slope roof north or to the rear of the cross gable looks like it's a low slope, and the slope of the existing house is clearly much steeper. I guess yes, it's the back of the house, but on the other hand, it is part of the roofscape and it's visible from other places, including Detroit. So I guess just point of clarification, again, that if you're going to be matching that existing slope, that I'd like to suggest that the renderings reflect what that's actually going to look like. I also think the cross, the lower portion of the triangle, the roof at the rear addition is unnecessary. I think if you actually are extending the roof line of the existing back of the house per se, that it can just be a simple gable. I think I'd like to see what it's actually going to look like in terms of maintaining the existing slope and then what that elevation actually looks like. That, obviously be for staff review, but I think it's important that that at least what's presented and ultimately approved is at least consistent with what we're seeing between the existing conditions and what is being presented as alterations to those existing conditions. Thank you.
I would like to ask, initially it was the, front of the home. It's, what matters and, what people can see from the street and stuff. And, initially it was expressed that, okay, well, do whatever you want in the back or the sides or whatever. I mean, obviously it's not do whatever you want, but at the same time, it has no bearing on affecting the integrity of the historic presence or the street or any of that. So, I mean, the roof pitch that's proposed, the best pitch to make the home look symmetrical. It's the best situation for, tying in the addition and everything else without tearing off and rebuilding the entire roof on the home and look pretty much very similar to way the home looks now. Obviously, it'll be a little bit wider, because of the addition. But other than that, it's not affecting anything from a viewpoint from the front, or it's not affecting anything as far as zoning or variances or protruding in onto anything. So I would ask for it to be left as is. Every time I have to go to an architect, it's more money to resolve simple things like this.
Okay, I guess I will go. So so I understand where Mr. Dulick's questions are coming, because I think it's a little bit difficult to understand maybe what's existing versus what is new. So maybe if we go to one of the floor plans, the sheet A-2 maybe, because I think I'm understanding kind of what the condition is. So, thank you. So the first floor plan on the, let's say that the left-hand side shows the sort of the bump out in that portion. On the right-hand side, the existing, there's not that return back to it's not symmetrical as it is on the other side.
Right.
On the second floor, so basically what I'm understanding is that the second floor, instead of it sort of positioning back as it does on the second floor today, you're looking at basically just extruding that first floor up through to the second floor. And it's hard to tell on the existing if or that the from the roof pitch, it looks like what you're proposing maintains the existing roof line on the left-hand side, but is changing maybe the angle of the right-hand side to accommodate the enlarged footprint of the second floor. So I think that's okay. So
Because we had to make room for this the walkway and the staircase to get to that back addition part.
okay,
So while the pitch is pretty much the same, like I say, it's just a little bit more wider. I think it may be like 4 feet because of the hallway or whatever the case may be. So the trajectory is pretty much lined up. It's just a little bit of a longer slope.
okay, yeah, and I see how that impacts the staircase as proposed in the second floor schematic floor plan. Okay. I'm gonna put that one to the side for a second, and just and provide some of my questions and comments. So, one question that I have is I'm looking at the sort of pre-renovation images on the last slide. And what I'm seeing here on the front facade is that there's, on the second floor central portion, there's sort of a scalloped, sort of scalloped boards. And I don't know, Jessica, if you're able to zoom in at all. Okay. I guess so a question that I have is, was that removed when the new siding went on, or is that maintained? Does that still exist underneath the new siding that was installed?
And this is the first floor of the home? I mean, the front of the home?
Yeah, the front of the home on the second floor in the central sort of flat portion that's parallel to the street.
Mm-hmm.
It looked like there was.
Was it vinyl?
Um,
It's vinyl.
I believe it was vinyl.
Okay, that was vinyl
scallops,
before.
and then,
Okay, gotcha.
like, the house had been
I was in
sided
vinyl
previously,
before I
so
bought it.
Okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
if that helps.
Okay, got it. That's helpful to understand. So that said, I also appreciate you coming back in front of us to have this conversation and be receptive to the commentary from the local design review advisory committee, as well as move back into this process. I think that the colors that you're proposing are in keeping sort of with historic colors within the neighborhood. You're proposing a sort of a bluish color for the body and a grayish color for the upper gable infill areas. What is your intention for the trim color? Because it's shown, the renderings are showing a little bit different color scheme than what I think you're proposing. So are you able to
Yeah.
clarify that?
Yeah, I was just gonna use probably just 5-inch trim to wrap the windows and the lap siding.
Okay.
White, I'm sorry.
Okay. Is that in a composite material?
Yeah, it's the wood composite lap.
Gotcha. The trim too, or is the trim wood?
No, the trim is the same as the house material.
Okay. I mean, I think that makes sense. I think that's fine. What I would, again, the renderings are showing sort of a black trim at the roof line.
Yeah, that was the black. I'm sorry to cut you off. That was the black metal coil that was on the house currently as is, and it's around the windows as well. But with them asking to upgrade the windows in the front and stuff like that, I have to remove it. So if I'm going to put elevated LP lap siding on the home, then I need to also elevate the trim around it. So I'll just remove all the black trim
Okay.
that's around the windows and just wrap it with the 5-inch wood composite trim.
One thing that I might recommend is if that metal material is covering up the historic trim, which it might be doing, I might recommend understanding the condition of if there is historic wood trim underneath, what the condition of that is, and if possible, repair and paint that out white to match the other trim, and that might be just further review with staff once you have an opportunity to remove that metal trim. But I think regardless, I think that trim should be painted out white to match the rest of the trim and not be black or in that sort of contrasting color.
Yeah, it wasn't when we removed it initially, it wasn't any existing wood trim that was on the original house. It was already like dry rotted 1x4s or whatever. They just kind of put that around it to put the metal previously. So when we removed that old metal, we just put the new black metal. So yeah, that's why I will have to add all the trim around the windows.
Gotcha. Thank you for that, and thank you for that clarification.
No problem.
When it comes to the roof on the western side of the house next to the driveway, I understand what you're trying to accomplish there, and from my personal perspective, while I don't think it's necessarily ideal, and because it is in the rear of the house and you are agreeing to replace all of the vinyl siding and the vinyl windows on the front portion of the house, that I am okay with what's being proposed there, but I'm still interested to hear what my colleagues are think about that particular element of the proposed design.
Yeah, and I would say honestly, there has to be some sort of leeway somewhere. You know, obviously my first initial presentation was an addition on the front, which would have alleviated me having to do anything to the upper level in the back. So it was like now that I'm not able to do an addition on the front, and I was told, I can do anything in the back. Here it is. You know, I put the addition on the back. I have to make it 2-story because, you know, my goal is to make the home as big as possible and to have an inviting primary suite for someone that's going to spend this type of money on the house. So there are going to be some type of variances there. You know, if by making it wider, obviously the roof is going to look a tad bit different, but it's not, affecting the integrity of the home. It's not affecting the integrity of the historical look or any of those sorts of things. So, there's going to be some give and take with this project, because again, if I was able to just do the addition in the front, everything would be exactly the same. But I'm trying to make as many changes as I can to, follow you guys' recommendations and, work with you guys on selections. And I'm literally changing my whole entire approach. I mean, I'm so far deep into this project and, it's at this point, I'm just trying to get it done so that, again, it's no longer an eyesore. It's no longer, looking the way it looks. And I want it to be a great representation of how the local residents would like it to be for their street as well as the city. And every again, at the end of the day, there's going to be some things that isn't perfect or the way everybody would want it to be. But at the end of we have to work together to just get the project done. But delaying it more and more is just going to make it an eyesore even longer.
I appreciate your commentary there, Mr. Chambers. And again, I think we are very appreciative of you coming back and working with us to make something into something that's fitting within the historic nature of the district, as well as something that, to your point, is going to be viable for buyers of this particular property. So again, thank you for the commitment that you've made, the long-term commitment that you've made so far, and the again, working with us again on bringing this project to sort of full fruition.
Thank you.
That said, any other questions or comments, or would someone like to make a motion? Mr. Sandberg?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess one point of clarification, is there an accessible attic space in this building?
Yes, there is.
Is there an intent to build that out as occupiable space?
No, it's not. It's not tall enough to make it livable space, but there is attic space where we seen, we had to go into the attic to see how we would run all the new duct work and everything like that. So, but yeah, it's not big enough to be inhabitable.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
Any other questions or comments, or would someone like to make a motion? Someone like to make a motion? Mr. Strickland, or sorry, Mr. Sandberg.
He wants- I'll make an attempt at making a motion It may need some help adding some of the requirements. But I will make a motion to approve as presented with the requirement that the front facade of the building facing
West Clinton.
West Clinton with direction north. Be of a higher material siding. I think he specified the LP. And that the extent of that would be all of the portions of the building that are visible from the street up to the bent or the canted portion of the front facade.
Including that angled portion?
Yes, including that angled portion. And that includes the higher material windows with the existing windows moved to the addition. The railing height, we approve a variance or any required.
We can't grant a variance on railing height, but we can say it needs
Support.
32
We
inch.
support.
Yes.
We support a variance
for it, yeah.
for the railing height. And that material and design be approved by staff. As well as the flooring of the porch. The other, we recommend research on the attic vent in the front gable, modifying the size of that to replicate something that's more historic in size and dimension, whether it be a vent or a window. Additional research on the rear addition roofing, whether that's actually buildable the way it is, or if it needs to be redesigned in some way to be structurally stable and buildable. Any other items?
Is that enough specificity, Mr. Musson, based on?
Staff is satisfied with the specificity. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Mr. Chair, I have a question to add all this to be staff review. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
This is Bob Strickland. I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. We have a second. Any further discussion?
Yes,
Ms. Anderson?
just a couple of brief comments. I just want to make sure that the siding is horizontal lap siding. And the trim is, replaced with the white trim.
Would agree with that.
Okay. Mr. Strickland, do you also agree with
I
that
agree as
clarification?
well.
All right, thank you.
Running out of room to write.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Musson, please call roll.
Ms. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Dulick?
Yes.
Mr. Sandberg?
Yes.
Mr. Strickland?
Yes.
Mr. Trassick?
Yes.
Dr. Williams?
Yes.
And Mr. Lozier?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chambers. We're looking forward to seeing your project move forward.
Thank you. I appreciate your help, guys.
So, and I would just suggest reconnecting with staff as the details and the materials come together as well. So, thank you.
When you say staff, do you mean like Jessica and
Mr. Musson, yeah, yep,
Okay.
Mr. Musson and Ms. Beam.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right, great. That brings us to our next case, case 25-027A, Cleveland Museum of Art Fine Arts Garden located at 11150 East Boulevard, rehabilitation phases A and B. And before we get started, I'm going to have to recuse myself from this case. But Mr. Strickland has graciously agreed to take over the reins for this case. So, Mr. Strickland, take it away.
Thank you, the chair. With that, Mr. Lozier has already introduced the project. I'll ask the applicant to introduce themselves and tell us about your project.
Hello, good morning. My name is almost good afternoon. My name is Matt Langen, landscape architect at Stimson, and I'm representing the Cleveland Museum of Art. And I'm here this morning with Jeffrey Streen representing the museum, Jim Wamelink, the general contractor for the project, and Mike Wellman of Meld Architects, who is our architectural consultant on the project. Okay. I'm wishing at this point that I brought some snacks. But I have a fairly long presentation that I will go through quickly because this has been presented as a informal review to staff within the last few months, and it was presented schematically to staff, I think, a year ago in May of 2025. So I will cruise through a couple introductory slides here without making too much of a comment. I don't think this is this forwarding? Oh, a little delay. Okay. It's going to jump ahead here just a few slides. There's a little historic preamble that I had been giving in the presentation. Just to note that Wade Park was a beloved city, semi-public space many years before the museum was constructed. And the Olmsted brothers, when they were brought into the project in the 1920s to start designing the Fine Arts Garden, the Museum of Art, of course, was in place for about 12 years before the Fine Arts Garden was opened. And so the condition of the Fine Arts Garden, or the landscape prior to the Fine Arts Garden, was a pretty wild space, as you can see in this photograph. And patrons of the museum coming from University Circle to the museum had to traverse this wilderness to get to the museum, which I've always found really interesting, and I would have loved to see that that happening. But I think an important thing to note here is when the Olmsted Brothers design firm started their design, they had a couple observations that they made initially. One is that they wanted to create this very strong axis from Euclid Avenue or Holden Terrace, which would be to the left of this image, to the south facade of the 1916 museum. And they had this intention to formalize, to some extent, the lagoon itself and to culvert more of Doan Brook than was culverted prior to their arrival on site. So here you can see what they saw when they arrived to begin the design of the Fine Arts Garden. And on the next slide, you will see the formalization of the lagoon, the culverting of Doan Brook for quite a bit more length, and the beginnings of the design of the Fine Arts Garden, which are these terraces, terraces of formal gardens that step down from the museum to the lagoon. And here you can see a rendered view of that the historic formal axis is a line carved through this otherwise wilderness landscape on the fringes. And here you can see an opening day photograph of the Fine Arts Garden dedication in 1928, showing that kind of wilderness being pulled back and framed by formal hedges at the edges of the garden spaces. And so here you can see an aerial photograph. Now this is rotated, so north is to the right of the image, and as where you see the museum there. There's a little delay here. And then you can see some work that has been done in the last 10 years includes quite a bit of work both from Case Western Reserve University and the Cleveland Museum of Art to establish the Nord Family Greenway, which is an east-west connection, but on the plan, it would be north-south on the plan view. The Nord Family Greenway, which connects East Boulevard and the core campus of Case Western west to 105th and Huff Avenue beyond. as a way to create more of a welcome mat that's accessible east-west from the Huff neighborhood, 105th, all the way into the heart of University Circle. This addressed a lot of accessibility improvements in the east-west direction, but it didn't really address any accessibility improvements in the north-south direction. So the connection between the museum and the lagoon was not a primary focus of the Greenway project. During the Greenway project, we also developed a master plan for the Cleveland Museum of Art grounds, which includes about 41 acres of land that is either owned or leased to the museum from the city, including the entire Fine Arts Garden. We thought this was a good idea at the time because of the momentum in University Circle. We wanted to make sure material choices and furnishing choices and planting choices are made in the context of a master plan to make sure that everything aligns throughout Wade Park during phased design and implementation of future improvements. And so just to show you a couple of conditions, every time we talk about this, we say it is a wonderful and beautiful space, but if you start to look closely, there are some cracks and things that need to be repaired. Here you can see at the museum terraces, some overgrown planting, some opening joints of some marble paving, some other places where planting has failed, and some other underutilized spaces. There's also major issues with the sandstone paving on the lower terraces. As you get down closer to the lagoon, a lot of this sandstone paving will need to be removed and replaced or repurposed in some way. That condition continues down around the lagoon with some staircases and retaining walls with some entrances to the Fine Arts Garden from the adjacent boulevards. When the museum rehabilitated Holden Terrace in 2020, it was a real eye-opening project because we learned that a lot of the foundations for the stairs and paving had disintegrated over the last 100 years. And so this was a really helpful project for us to understand what we should expect when we start to remove and repair other places throughout the Fine Arts Garden. So this work was done by the museum with WR Restoration, who will be proceeding as our general contractor on the rest of the Fine Arts Garden improvements. We will, in future phases, come back to you with proposed improvements for the lagoon, but this just shows some conditions of the existing edges of the lagoon. And then I think lastly, the conditions of some of the planting, which is either overgrown or undersized or anything in between, but not consistent with the historic intent of the garden. So for our proposed improvements, and lastly, I'll just note that art and sculpture conservation is an important piece of this project. All of the art and sculpture that's in the Fine Arts Garden, whether it was original to the garden or added later, will be conserved under the museum's direction as part of the project, including the complete reconstruction of the fountain in the center of the Zodiac Garden, which we'll talk about here in a few minutes. So here's an updated plan from the master plan. This was started in 2025 and has been updated as we develop more details. This shows the entire Fine Arts Garden improvements at a conceptual level, and that's consistent with what we presented in the master plan. We have moved forward with construction documentation for scope areas A and B only. Scope areas C, D, and E will be designed and brought to you at a later date. But A and B is what we're moving forward with, and all of the preceding slides relate to A and B only. This just shows our construction schedule. We're hoping to get under construction as soon as possible, so we will submit for building permit as soon as we have your approval, and hopefully we can have shovels in the ground later this fall. A and B will be done in sequence, so construction will start on area A and will complete area A before we move into area B, just to keep as much of the grounds open and available to the public as possible during the renovation work. So this is reoriented now, so north is up on the page. This is the kind of boundary of scope areas A and B together. Here you can see the proposed improvements there, and if you squint, you shouldn't really see much of a change, but we'll point out some of the changes that we're making under the canopy of some of the trees throughout the gardens. Starting at the bottom, we'll work our way up from the lagoon up to the museum. The bottom is what we call the mall and ovals. The mall is the historic rectangular lawn space that slopes down from the Zodiac Garden to the lagoon. That will be a rehabilitation of all the existing materials in the existing proportions. But on flanking that, outside of the hedges and under the trees, we are proposing 2 new oval passive recreation spaces that we will show you in perspective view here in a second. And the intent for those is to be casual garden spaces that might be opportunities for future art and sculpture expansion, but they are really intended to be quiet garden spaces, not active recreation spaces. Here you can see a view of that lower area from hovering above the lagoon. You can see the east and west oval there flanking the historic mall. Zooming into the mall a little bit more, I think one important thing to note here is we are reconstructing the mall, and we're reconstructing the mall at a slightly different slope so that it becomes accessible from bottom to top. Today, the mall is slightly over 6%, which doesn't meet current ADA codes, and so we're raising that up about 14 inches, and we're negotiating that grade change by adding a couple of ramps at the very bottom of the mall that will be hidden by the balustrade from your long view, and then adding a tread to the bottommost historic stair. So there'll be one more stair than exists today. And that will make the entire walkway system around the mall and on the mall accessible. Here to the west of the mall is the West Oval. And again, there's an existing bronze sculpture there on a stone plinth today that will remain. And this is just a loop path with some seating areas at the edges of the lawn. The existing mature trees in the center of this oval, of course, are existing and will remain. And on the east side is the East Oval, which will be a little bit more open to the sun. There will be some regrading work in here that needs to happen to make the walkway down to the lagoon accessible. So there will be some removal of some small flowering and canopy trees here, and they will be replaced with new trees, as you see in the image here. There's a seat wall to the far left of this image. I'll talk about that in a couple of slides, but that's a proposed seat wall to retain some grade to just maximize the usable space in this East Oval. And on the northern edge of the East Oval, which would just be off your screen here to the left, you'll see in another view here, we're proposing to relocate the Cozad Millstone, which is an important historic artifact in the Fine Arts Garden today. This will be relocated to a more prominent position, and we'll reuse some of the old sandstone as just kind of a forecourt to displaying that Cozad Millstone, which was donated, of course, by the Cozad family when the land was donated to the city to be used as a public park. This slide here just notes that all new paving is 100% accessible. All of our new walkways are accessible, so there's no issues there. A lot of what we're adding here is to replace historic walkways that were not accessible or are not accessible today. And then, of course, entrances to the East and West Oval garden spaces from the mall and from the adjacent boulevards. That wall I mentioned to you in one of the previous images, you can see it there on the top right key plan. It's a retaining wall. It's about 4.5 feet tall, and it's just helping us negotiate grade from East Boulevard down into the Fine Arts Garden. This is intended to be designed to be a companion to the sandstone retaining wall that was constructed as part of the Smith Family Gateway project down adjacent to Doan Brook in 2021. That wall was designed in the same proportions. The stone veneer and cap was designed in the same proportions as the historic Schweinfurth bridges along MLK. And this new wall will be a companion to that, same proportions, same material. It'll be the Birmingham buff sandstone from Cleveland Quarries, which I have a sample of here, which will match this existing wall on the campus as well as the Schweinfurth bridges further afield. There's a couple other seat walls that are framing the edges of the East and West Oval. Those seat walls, while we would love for those to also be sandstone, if the costs come in high at bid time, we are proposing a substitution of precast concrete in lieu of sandstone, and that precast would match the precast elements on the Nord Family Greenway, which is a warmer kind of buff color as well. So, you know, for the layperson, you wouldn't really know whether it's sandstone or precast, and we'd like to use sandstone. But if for a cost savings measure, we might go with precast to match the Greenway if we need to do that. These are just a couple of those other walls framing the entrances to the ovals. And then lastly, one new addition to on the historic axis of the mall is a very simple stone plinth bench that will sit at the top of the mall, which would give you a great opportunity to sit and take in that long view down to the lagoon and to Holden Terrace beyond. This would be the same Birmingham buff sandstone. That precedent image is a black granite, but that's just there for proportions. This would be a nice buff color sandstone at the top of the mall there. And then lastly, on the mall itself, we are intending to replace all of the sandstone, which is in really terrible condition. So we've created a pattern that's historically inspired, but not exactly the same pattern as what's there today, which is in fact not a pattern. It's a completely random paving. So we've established proportions that match the existing, but we've made it so that it's a module that can be replicated and look completely random. This will all be Amherst gray sandstone, which is the historic material. So that will be the same stone from the same source as the original source. As far as planting goes, I'll breeze through this really quick because I could talk about this for hours, but we are adding quite a few canopy trees in green and understory trees in pink. All of the trees are native or adapted to Northeast Ohio. So here you can see just a collage of the proposed canopy trees, a collage of the proposed understory trees coming up here. And then some woody ground covers that will frame those new oval garden spaces on the other side of the mall. And again, there's so much we'd love to say about all of the plant material, but here you can see some of the shrubs and woody ground covers, which we think in an institutional setting just hold up much better over time than herbaceous material. So we're trying to keep it as much as we can, keep the maintenance down, but the color and texture there as much as we can. And I think there's one more of some of the ground covers. And now we'll move up into the Zodiac Garden. The Zodiac Garden is really a rehabilitation of existing conditions. So there's not a lot of new things we're proposing here, but to highlight a couple important points here in the Zodiac Garden, here you can see a view of that. Nothing really will change from this view other than quite a few new materials replacing broken materials. We are replacing the foundations for the marble curb that wraps around the very edge of the Zodiac Garden and supports the plinths for the 12 signs of the Zodiac. So that will be picked up, inventoried, and put back in its place on a new foundation. And then, of course, the Fountain of the Waters in the center of the Zodiac Garden is going to be very carefully dismantled. All of the marble will be taken off-site to be conserved by a conservator hired by the museum. And while that is off-site, we will be reconstructing the concrete structure and plumbing for the fountain so that when that marble is brought back onto site and reassembled, it's on a new foundation that will last the next 100 years. One new element of the Zodiac Garden, which we are carrying as an ad alternate, so it's not in our base scope, but it's to restore the historic planters that flanked the east and west edges of the Zodiac Garden. And we've designed this to, on the west side, on the left side of this image, to be yellow flowering plants that reflect the bronze sculpture on the west side of the Zodiac Garden, which is called Sun Drawing the Waters. And the east side of the Zodiac Garden will be a blue and purple themed perennial garden that will reflect the bronze sculpture Earth Receiving the Rain. So these are not the base scope, but if we have a donor that's interested in supporting this, these will be added to the project in addition to a horticulture position that will help maintain these in perpetuity, which the museum is well aware of the needs for that if this is elected to be included in the project. Here you can just see the sunny side plant palette and then the east side plant palette. So those two areas, the Zodiac Garden, Mall, and Overs, that makes up scope area A. Within scope area A, we're carrying 3 alternates. On the east and west ovals, our base scope is exposed aggregate concrete, but we'd like to elevate the quality of that to sandstone pavers if we can afford to do so. And then the two, number 2 and number 3, are those planters on the mall and in the Zodiac Garden. Those will each be carried as alternates as well. And so lastly, at the museum terraces, this is scope area B, so this would be a second mobilization of construction, but we are seeking approval and permitting for this as well because we anticipate to roll right into this phase of the project. The museum terraces will include a complete reconstruction of the east terrace. So this is a view standing, kind of near the center of the museum, looking towards East Boulevard in Bellflower Road intersection. This will be reconstructed behind the balustrade to create an accessible route from East Boulevard onto the central terrace. Today, it's generally remains high, and there's 2 sets of stairs to get you down to East Boulevard, and we will eliminate the stair barrier and make this a sloping walk all the way out to East Boulevard. On the west side of the museum terraces, so this is the southwest corner of the 1916 building, we're proposing as an add alternate a reading garden, which will be constructed by reused materials from the project to create this little sitting area to the southwest of the museum. Here you can see another view of that coming up. And then in the center of the museum terraces, the historic marble staircase from the south portico down onto the lower terraces, that is what we're expecting we're anticipating to rebuild this entirely based on what we saw at Holden Terrace. And so all of the marble threads will come off, complete reconstruction of the foundation below, and the usable marble treads will be added back with new marble treads to replace damaged or broken marble treads that exist today. And that will be the major staircase at the very top, and then 2 smaller staircases that will step down onto the Nord Family Greenway. We will be reconstructing as much of the structure as we can and then replacing broken stones along the way. This just shows some more details about how we plan to reconstruct that east terrace to eliminate those stairs at the balustrade and at East Boulevard to make an accessible route from the boulevard into the central terrace. As part of scope area B, we're also proposing to clean and rehabilitate some of the elements on the marble facade itself. So this just shows some of those places where we've identified repairs that need to be made. And then, of course, the entire facade will be cleaned, including the sides that wrap the east and west side of the south facade back to the Vignoli expansion. Two last points I'd like to make. The first one is regarding handrails. We've been in conversation with Tom Vanover, the chief building official for the city of Cleveland, about the addition of handrails on the historic marble staircases. Today, there are no handrails, and there were none designed as part of the original design. And under the requirements of the Ohio existing building code, there's no requirement to add handrails to the historic marble staircases, but we think it's in the best interests of the project and the patrons of the museum to add handrails. So we're proposing to add handrails to all staircases 1 through 8. 1 through 7 are historic, and 8 would be a new staircase where we're repurposing some materials at the very bottom of this image here. But we just wanted to make it clear that, while this is not required or necessary, we think it's in the best interest of the visitors to add handrails here. We want to do it in a way that, doesn't meet the full current Ohio Building Code requirements for a quantity of handrails. We're just proposing a pair of handrails down the center of those historic staircases, as you can see highlighted here in red. And our detail for that handrail is inspired by some existing handrails on the property. On the top left, you can see some handrails that were added to the museum terraces in the early 2000s. That included a molded bronze handrail with a shepherd's crook and a volute at the end of the shepherd's crook. We've learned since this project was constructed that the shepherd's crook is no longer an off-the-shelf product and is cost prohibitive to recreate that. So we're proposing to simply terminate our handrails with the volute that matches the ones that are out there today and is consistent with all of the handrails inside that 1916 building of the museum. And then last thing to note is lighting. We did a lot of really fun nighttime activities at the museum where we mocked up quite a few thoughts that we had about lighting of the gardens and of the facade. And so these are just some of our some photos of our trials here. What we concluded was that for the most part, things that are lit today will remain lit, and we'll just be replacing outdated fixtures with LED fixtures. But we will be adding some new lighting, including lighting of the Zodiac sculptures themselves. So you can see the Zodiac sculptures themselves today are not very well lit. So we'll be adding some ground lighting and pendant lighting in the trees to highlight the relief of some of the Zodiac sculptures. We'll be relighting all of the balustrades. We explored backlighting those versus front lighting those and getting the contrast right. And we've concluded that lighting those from the front is going to give us the best overall view that's consistent with how it is lit today. We've studied and we're carrying a couple minor alternates of maybe uplighting some of the trees to just bring a little bit more brightness to the very dark gardens. It gets pretty dark as you step down the terraces away from the museum. So some accent lighting is going to be considered if the project can afford it. But certainly standard life safety lighting and all of the walkway paths is part of the project. This is a very complicated diagram, but the summary is anything that's not yellow is existing to either remain or be replaced with LED versions. And then the yellow is new lighting that doesn't exist today. So the new lighting is really limited to the mall and ovals, and then a little bit of lighting right at the museum terraces. And all of this will be consistent with what's out there today in terms of its color and material. But we're trying to minimize the amount of new lighting as much as we can and take some of the glare of the existing lighting down by adding louvers to some of the historic light fixtures that exist today in blue. And lastly, I'll just note that there's a couple alternates that we're carrying for scope area B, including some new planters to flank the Thinker sculpture on the south terrace, a new walkway on the very east corner of the building to circumnavigate around an existing set of stairs that we can't remove. So this would be a bluestone walkway that comes out of the balustrade and then back in. And then lastly would be the reading garden on the far west of the museum terraces. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you for that very comprehensive presentation. With that, we'll open it up for any public comment, if there's any members of the public that would like to speak on the project.
Not seeing any here, Bob.
All right, seeing none, we'll open it up for Design Review Committee comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This project was reviewed by the Greater Northeast Historic Design Review Advisory Committee on May 5th and May 19th. The May 5th meeting, there was no quorum of the committee, and so there were a few additional questions and additions to add. And so the applicants elected to return back to that committee to kind of give a full comprehensive presentation like you saw today. And overall, the committee was very supportive of it, with noting the thoughtful design elements and alternatives proposed, and noting, reusing as much material as possible, but also kind of having that accessibility in mind. And so they did note that it was in line with that merge that we have to do between historic and today's standards for accessibility and for use of these public spaces. So they did recommend the issuance of a certificate of appropriateness as presented.
All right. Thank you just for that report. We'll open it up then for staff comments. Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. The commission did see this on March 8th, 2025, as a schematic review. And previous version of it is case 19-020. And I think like the local committee staff has well, we had a lot of discussion about the handrails and the need for accessibility and the importance of it while trying to balance it with, you know, dramatic historic facades and landscapes like this. And I think, you know, we certainly understand the need for the accessibility, but wondering if there's a better balance to be struck, if maybe the railings, instead of running up the middle of the stairs, could be pushed to the sides or something. I've spent a bit of time on particularly the South Terrace in the past few weeks between being in a crowd of, I don't know, well over 1,000 people taking prom photos, and then much quieter last weekend with my wife and my folks. And it's you know, the ability to move around on those stairs, I think when it's crowded could be disrupted by the railings. And then just when you're the only person on the area, it's just such a nice, beautiful vista that I think that keeping that open and letting the drama of the building speak for itself, you know, not uninterrupted is important. So staff is fully supportive. I think just maybe some additional study of the handrails would be appropriate. So yeah, that is all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dan, for those comments. Maybe would the applicant like to respond to staff comments regarding handrails? Do you have any initial reaction to those comments?
Yes, I'd just say that we'd be happy to study it a little bit further. One of the things that I neglected to mention was that the handrails in the main stair and the stair between the Nord Family Greenway and the Zodiac Garden, we do intend to put some lighting on the underside of that handrail to help light the stairs quietly but evenly. And that's the major reason that we've identified the locations of those, but we can certainly study lighting and placement of handrails if you think that that's appropriate.
All right, very good, thank you. With that, we'll open it up for landmarks, questions and comments. Dan, you can help me with Tara. Do you have initial?
Yep. Yeah, I was
comments?
gonna say Miss Petrus has her hand up, and I'll let you know who else here raises their hands, Bob.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I'm multitasking as this presentation was happening. Otherwise, I'd be in the room. My question was with regard to the sculptures. I just asked that if any of the sculptures are being relocated, that I get something via email that says where they're being stored during the renovation and if they're being relocated to elsewhere on site from where they originally were, just for my archive records.
Onto that. Yes, we're happy to send you any documentation of that. All of the sculpture will either be protected in place or temporarily stored off-site and returned to their existing locations. The only one that will be relocated is the Spring Racing in the Wind, which is on the east side of the mall. That will be relocated about 10 feet just to accommodate some of the new walkways. But we'll make sure that all of that documentation gets to you. CMA Conservation will be doing all of the documentation, so it'll be very well documented and accessible.
Okay, I'll walk down and bring you my card. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Petrus. Any other commission member comments and questions?
Ms. Anderson.
I'd like to make a comment.
Please, go ahead, Ms.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am in alignment with staff on the handrails. I think that Vista is just visually very pleasing. And overall, this is a wonderful project and, accessibility is very important. So I'm glad to see this. I'm glad to see the, use of natural materials as much as possible. I just want to comment on the lighting. I find LED lighting can be kind of harsh. And I realize it's energy efficient. I just hopefully that it's done with some care so that you get enough light so that it's easy to navigate and it's safe, but it's not, a stadium. So,
Yes, we completely agree. Our proposed new fixtures will be a warmer color temperature, so they won't be as blinding or glary as the lantern style historic light fixtures. But the historic fixtures that will remain, we're going to add louvers to those to cut that glare down quite a bit. So we're doing everything we can to minimize that impact, but we're also trying to keep the level of light generally low, but the uniformity as best we can so that it doesn't look like a landing strip. It really just looks like a very quiet foreground to the important thing that we want to keep lit, which is the facade of the building.
Thank you.
All right. Any other commission comments or questions?
Mr. Dulick has.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Secretary Musson. I would definitely in sympathy and alignment with the staff review, design review, and my fellow commissioners. It's a wonderful project and very confident in the team and based on the design that the results will be pretty extraordinary. Just have to add the thanks for anchoring this and making it clear that this will make it accessible to everybody. It's really important that our great civic spaces are as accessible as they can be. I think you've struck a great balance. That's the only thought would be in alignment with Ms. Anderson's comments that final lighting level is just, and we probably can't overstate the importance of it. And I would like to suggest Landmark staff involvement with those final in the field nighttime things. They love those kind of field trips anyways. We all do. And a final question, I think I know the answer, but I'm assuming that there are no mature trees that will be negatively impacted by this design.
That's correct. There's quite a few mature trees that we are designing around because we don't want to remove any. There are 3 mature beech trees on the Nord Family Greenway, kind of at the top of the hill between, where it starts to step down towards MLK. That are dying or dead. So we will be removing those because they're safety hazards and replacing those with new oak trees. But within the Fine Arts Garden itself, there's no mature tree removals other than some understory overgrown trees like hawthorns and crabapples that are beyond their useful life, and they will be replaced with new versions of similar plants.
Through the chair, thank you. That's what we want to hear. And another note of appreciation for the respect and honor you show to the existing mature trees and other landscape elements. So we hope you get your alternates are able to be accepted.
We'll pass the hat around before we leave.
Thank you, Mr. Dulick. Any other questions or comments?
We have someone from the applicants team.
Hi, my name's Jim Womelink, WR Restoration. I have a follow-up question to a comment that was made with respect to the study of the handrails. Just thinking in terms of the potential schedule of the project and the desire of ownership to get started, would this study hold up moving ahead with potential application for permit? There's an intended start date of beginning of August to hit some goals for the owner, and I just was trying to understand the procedural steps next.
Through the chair, was the intention to apply for scope areas A and B under one permit?
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the handrails would be included in that scope. So I think we could probably leave that as an open item with an understanding that we have some further coordination with it so we don't hold up the rest of the project, given that it's a rather large scale. So yeah, we can be flexible on that.
All right. Thank you, Dan, for that clarification. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion. Anyone got their hand up, Dan?
Ms. Anderson does.
I move to approve as presented with recommendation that the handrails be relocated, maybe more towards the sides. Is there anything else that I need to have in here?
Just the documentation for Ms. Petrus with regard to.
Oh, yes.
creating
Yes,
sculpture.
the sculptures, any moving of the sculptures, removal of the sculptures, yep, just to document them.
And then was there anything on lighting that you wanted to include?
Oh.
Yeah. Sorry.
Can we review the lighting with staff or?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, just make sure that it's.
Is that what you were going to say? Okay.
That it's a warm
Okay.
light that's not too harsh.
Excellent. So we have a motion with conditions. Do we have a second?
I will second.
Thank you, Mr. Dulick. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Dan, please call the roll.
And Ms. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Dulick?
Yes.
Mr. Sandberry?
Yes.
Mr. Trasick?
Yes.
Dr. Williams? Is that a thumbs up, Dr. Williams? All right, we'll take that as a yes. Mr. Strickland?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passes unanimously.
Excellent. Very much looking forward to seeing this project come to fruition. With that, I can turn it back to our capable chair, Mr. Lozier.
All right, Mr. Lozier's joining us back now.
Slight delay from the live stream. Still listening.
Oh, really? Yeah, you're good to call this case whenever Bob is handed.
All right. Thank you again, Mr. Strickland, for standing in my stead. I appreciate that. At this time, I want to welcome or re-welcome our next applicant for case number 26-034, Wilson K-8 School located at 1625 East 55th Street, demolition. So if you would mind, please stating your names for the record and then proceed with your presentation.
Ali Delasante, CMSD.
Sandra Madison, Robert P. Madison International.
Ty Allison, Robert P. Madison International.
There's a delay.
There's a delay.
Dramatic pause, we call it.
So, good afternoon. Yeah, so thanks for having us. We're going to go through six, well, I guess really with 5 different sections of this presentation. We'll start with the first one with site details. And so this will take us through about the existing building. So as you can see where it's located, can you hear me? I guess you can hear me. On East 55th and White Avenue, and on the other side from East 57th. Building was built in 1903 by Frank Barnum, and it had an addition in 1927. Next slide. It's across the street from the Richmond Brothers building, which I think everybody knows about that building. As we said, the building was built in 1903. It was mostly a classroom building, as you will see. And then in 1927, they built the gym, auditorium, And I think there's a cafeteria in that building as well, and a few other classrooms, some ancillary spaces. It was landmarked in 2004 and closed in 2005. It was out during that time between now, from 2005 to today, went out for RFQs for different bid opportunities for developers to claim the building or repurpose the building. It pretty much came close. We had interest. There were interests coming through, but they could never get, the developers couldn't get their numbers to work, because of the and I'll show you later on what's inside of the building and the cost of repurposing it. Next slide. Okay, so again, this is a historic building, as you can see. It's beautiful back in its day. Very well designed. I mean, Mr. Burnham knew exactly what he was doing as far as all the detailing, the yellow brick and the terracotta detailing around the building. Next slide. So as I said, the original building was a classroom building. As you can see, the classrooms, and it was also a building that had nice skylights in them and courtyards. But the building, as you can see from the, I think the next slide shows, I guess, more classrooms, 3-story building in the basement. But you can also see that this is the elevations. I don't have much to say about that. The original elevations, very well detailed. That the building is also has many levels, and that was causing a lot of the issues as far as how to, a lot of demolition would have to happen, how we would get, make the building accessible. So I think a lot of the time when we had developers look at it, the cost just to repurpose it was more than, making their numbers work and becoming profitable for them. Next slide. So this is the addition that was built onto the building in 1927. You can see the auditorium, the gymnasium. There was a cafeteria as well, and then the connector to the existing building. And as you can see through the sections again of that building, that I guess in that day that we slides slow. Again, okay, so the exterior elevations, you can see what a great job he did as far as matching the existing. In fact, if you looked at the building today and we have photos, you wouldn't even be able to tell that there was actually an addition to it because everything was matched so well. It was very well done. Kudos to Mr. Burnham. Next slide. Then section, you can see the sections again, the different elevations. I've been in a lot of these buildings built during that era, and that was a thing. All the different, half levels. So the accessibility was not as thought about back then in those times, but today is a whole different. We have to. It's to get inclusivity. However, that's part of the issues with this building, I believe, back when it was first put on the market. Today, there's other things that are causing additional problems with getting interest in this building from developers. Next slide. So this is what the current conditions looks like today. The first floor of the building you see has been secured. The other floors were also secured, but I think the windows were removed, and maybe Holly can help me with that. I think we had the building abated, and I think there was the mastic around the windows had to be abated. I think a lot of the windows were then taken out and cleaned. So is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so, as you can see, over time, the environment, the weather, not kind to a building that sits with open areas. And the roof has also deteriorated, and has caused some issues on the interior. As you can see, this is what it looks like today. Um, and you see the portion of floor has collapsed in some of the spaces. You can see in the lower left corner slide. It's just a lot of deterioration due to weather and roof deterioration, and just from the building sitting, not being heated or cooled during the times that it's been sitting. Next. And so we did go before the community. We met with Councilwoman Howes, and we met with her first, along with the CDC, and they were very supportive of having the building demolished. They said that it's been sitting around for too long, and that it has, and a lot of these things she had raised is about it being a safety hazard, security threat, vandalism. This been and that she's heard even from some of the people in her community, some of these things, and they were concerned that, why is this building still standing? And as you know, this building today, it's been sitting for a long time with CMSD. The building was closed because of the decline in enrollment. And as you can see, and as you know, today, we don't have to talk about it. It's been on this, again, the decline in enrollment. Schools are still closing. But this CMSD has, they have a protocol that they go through to try to get, to transfer the schools over to other school opportunities, whether it's charter schools. And then they send it out for, RFQ. We've been working with the city every year to try to see what they can do to see if we have interest. Still no interest. What they do have right now is a commitment with the Ohio Ohio Facilities School Construction Commission. I'm sorry, I'm sitting by the OFC. It's changed its name, so I always remember the old one. Okay, so yes, so they're working with the OFCC right now, and they have an agreement where OFCC will pay 2/3 of the cost to have buildings that are in conditions like this and they don't have interest, have them demolished so they can become clean sites. And we hope that then we will be able to attract developers to then develop on that site, because now they don't have to worry about certain things like what we just talked about, trying to repurpose a building of this condition. In that, the building will be abated, and it will be a minimal cost compared to having to have it done if the school district had to do it all themselves. So next. So we're in that process now of just putting that all together. There is a deadline with OFCC. I think it's the end of 27 was when after the end. It was the end or the summer of 27. The dollars will dry up on this if it's not approved to have it, if everything's not down. So there's a clock ticking on this. So we're moving to see, in hopes to get some approval on this so that they won't lose the 2/3 count. Not your problem. I understand. We're just telling you what the time frame is. But anyway, so we're moving. We got a survey done. We have the existing topo done, and also trying to locate where all the trees are on the site. See if we can salvage any of the trees with the proximity to the existing demolition site. Next slide. And we had this is a demolition. The intent is to demolish all of the hard surfaces around the site, as well as the building itself, and then all of the curbs and aprons. They will also around the site to get their access to the site will be demolished and and patched so that we won't have cars driving onto the site or anything, or want to drive onto the site. So that, and everything will be seeded. Next. And the trees, we had an arborist go around. So this is the site. We had an arborist there to look at what trees could be saved. And so the trees that you see there will be saved and protected during demolition. We have 1, 2, 3 of the trees that will be saved. We have the large trees on the front of the building. Next slide. One thing I forgot to mention is that we did meet with the community as well. I didn't mention that with one of the meetings with Councilwoman House. She invited us to go to one of their meetings, the community meetings, to present to the community what the plans were. There was about 20 people there, I would say, and to listen to what their comments would be. Mostly what we heard was they were happy to see that it was, the plan was to take it down. Their main concern was rodent control. They wanted to make sure that, because the building's been sitting for so long, they were, thinking that there's probably vermin in there that's just nested and just sitting there, So they wanted to make sure what's going to happen prior to and during and after that building comes down. Because just like anything else, they're going to find a new home, and they don't want them finding a home in their home. So CMSD has agreed to hire or through a construction manager, hire a pest control manager who will do a analysis of the building and what's in there and what's around. I mean, and that will continue during construction and after construction to monitor. We'll make sure that whatever they do to control will not be anything that will hurt children, pets, and domesticated animals or birds or anything else, other wildlife. But that is the plan. I've got to mention that because we got a lot of comments about that in the meeting, in the community meeting. Next slide. So the salvage plan. So this beautiful detailing, and these are details that we took around the site that you see this there. It's all terracotta. And as we know, it's not as easy to salvage terracotta because of its brittleness, but we will do our best to salvage some of this. And there's a Wilson School that's on Ansel that has gardens and vegetable gardens and other gardens around the site that we could do something to repurpose some of these, to build a structure and arch, whatever we can do to repurpose as much of this as we can, just to pay homage to this site and to the new Wilson School, relocated Wilson School, using some of this material. We would entertain doing that as well. Some of the residents there was also interested in some of the bricks just to have as a memento. I think there's some people there that said they went to the school back in the day. And so CMSD has agreed to palletize existing brick. So if someone wants to have the brick for themselves, for whatever they want to use it for, they can. So that's what the plan is right now. Next slide. And could move on. This is just tell you about the fail of the attempts and the reasons why, because of the dollars could not be balanced. And then we're hoping that once we clear the site and any EPA, any issues, I don't think we have any EPA issues, as I recall from looking at the reports. But if it's a clean site, we hope that we can then, attract developers to develop that site, which is right across the street from the Richmond Brothers Building, which I hope if this is cleared and developed, we can maybe get some momentum on that building as well. Maybe get a developer who wants us to develop that site as well. Next slide. Yes, they really were excited about having that building coming down from the community and the representatives that were there. That's it. I'll just give it back. Holly, did you want to say anything? You have anything else? Yep. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Before we get to questions and comments from the commission, we'll first open it up to the floor for any public comment. Seeing none, was there any public comment received by Landmark's staff? All right, next we will hear recommendations from the Design Review Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This project was reviewed by the Greater Downtown Historic Design Review Committee on May 20th. There was a lot of discussion on the proposed use of the site with concerns noted about another vacant lot on the east side and kind of opportunities if this match fits with the mayor's plan to create vacant developable lots and some kind of discussion on salvage opportunities, but concern of how that salvage would happen just based on the condition of the building. And a note that they'd like more detail about the community input in the meeting and additional feedback that was received. And overall, they did recommend the issuance of a certificate of appropriateness with conditions that staff work with the owner on a reasonable salvage plan for the building.
Great, thank you. And Landmark staff recommendations.
Before we get into our recommendations, Jessica has a little bit of, I guess, history that she wanted to share.
Thank you. So yes, our applicants did a great job of like the backstory of the school and everything. So this is a bit of the past 15 years of our Landmarks working with the building. It was designated as a landmark in 2005, as noted, built in 1903 with a major addition in 1926. School was closed in 2005, and there's a new Wilson School built on Ansel that opened around 2009. So these are some earlier pictures of the building when it was still possibly in use that we've got that in our records are dated 2012, but it's any time prior to 2012 those pictures could have come from. It was proposed for demolition and presented to the Landmarks Commission on June 14th, 2012 as case 12-031. At that time, an asbestos survey was completed. The windows had already been removed. There was discussion at that meeting that we've got from the minutes regarding potential new use for the site or use of the building or part of the building for rehabilitation. And the Landmarks Commission at that time denied the certificate of appropriateness request. And so the project came forward to the Landmarks Commission for demolition again in 2018 as case 18-021. At that time, the building had been vacant and open, and there was discussion for a potential new school. And noting on the process of if there is a demolition proposed, wanting to see the plans for the site and potential new school at that time. And so based on the minutes we've got from their meeting, that project was tabled and with notes that they would like to see, I guess, wanted to see results from the council person at that time, as well as the overall plan for that site for the new school that would be there. And so that was tabled. In May of 2024, Landmark staff and a few of the commission members did a walkthrough of the building. At that time, I believe we were just reviewing the condition and potential for use as this project had come back. And so we got a lot of detailed pictures, the inside and outside of the building and its condition at that time. In the 1903 building around the front, some of the floors had collapsed. And so there's floors missing, floors on ceilings on floors and things like that. So these are some interior images from that 2024 site visit. We did return as this has come back now. So we did have a site visit, demolition site visit May this year as part of our demolition request. At that time, there was the only change to the building was more deterioration on the inside, and a few of the corners of the building on the outside appearing to have shifted a bit. And so we've got some pictures from that site visit. We weren't able to get to as much of the school building as in the 2024 site visit because the front 1903, the original school, had deteriorated such a lot that we were concerned on the stability of that section of the building. So we weren't able to get into as much as we were in 2024. So that's kind of I think that's, that is what I have for that portion.
Mr. Chair, just jump in and kind of finish the I guess staff's thoughts on it. As Jessica said, we went through in 2024 and again in 2026. In 2024, there were some sections where the third floor had collapsed onto the second floor. When we went just a few weeks ago, it's all in the basement now. So the third floor is pancaked down into the basement in one corner, and then the four corners of the original 1903 building that are still have classroom space in them are sagging pretty badly, pretty deteriorated. They look like they could go any minute. It's, I mean, in the past 20 years since the school, 20 plus years since the school's closed, there've been multiple attempts by the city and CMSD to issue RFQs to try and find developers. As mentioned, those sort of always fizzled out and just no one could put together a feasible project. So, sadly, I think that this one's just in a condition that it would cost too much to be able to reuse. And, as was discussed at the local design review committee level, salvage, I think, could even become a challenge. It's just that moving around that building doesn't feel safe in a lot of areas. And the idea of trying to remove pieces and parts of it I think some real evaluation would have to be done to determine the safety risks associated with that. We did discuss using, salvage of more practical building materials. And if that was a feasibility, I believe the school district has agreed to remove and clean a pallet worth of bricks for local residents to be able to come and grab a memento. But staff is happy to work with the architects and CMSD on a reasonable salvage plan. But unfortunately, I think, given 20 years of just sitting open to the elements, this building is beyond repair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Musson. With that, we'll open it up to the commission for questions and comments. I guess I can start us off. This is certainly a very unfortunate circumstance that we find ourselves in. And, it was landmarked in 2005, closed that same year. I guess my first question, and this is probably more of an existential question, not that anyone here maybe can answer it, but, how did a landmark building get into this state, where, abatement ultimately led to the demise of this building when the windows were removed? Why wasn't something put back in its place that would have at least maybe saved this building from its current condition, and again maybe would have made it able to be developed, understanding that this was also sent out for redevelopment on multiple occasions. My concern is, or my ask is, what other CMSD's closed buildings are heading down this path, that we should be taking measures to secure and make sure that they're warm, safe, and dry, so that they don't get to this condition. I don't know that there's any specific questions or anything in there, but more commentary. I guess my one question would be, what steps are CMSD taking today for their sort of current, closed facilities so that they don't get to this point?
All of our buildings have windows and have doors, so they're secure from the elements that way. We do board up the first floor and any accessible windows on the second floors. This site is unique because we were going to demolish the site, so we applied for a permit. We had our abatement contractors completely abate the building, and when a demolition contractor went in to pull the permit, they were denied. And that is the state of this building.
Gotcha, understood. Thank you for the additional context there. Any other questions or comments from the commission? Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I toured the building in 2024 and it was absolutely heartbreaking to go through that building and to see what a magnificent ruin it's becoming. I mean, what an incredible building. It's the likes of which we're not going to see duplicated probably ever. I mean, even as a ruin, I drove past it a couple days ago and it's just a stunning piece of architecture, and it's just so frustrating. I think unfortunately part of it was timing. It closed in 2005 and the banking started to collapse really in 2007, 2008, and 2011. Things were still, as far as getting financing, is still not a good situation. That comment, there's quite a bit of marble in those bathrooms. I have a table in my living room that the top is from repurposed marble from a Cleveland public school. And you can actually do things to fill in holes. There's people who know how to, with stones, know how to do those things. There's a lot of marble in there that could be repurposed. And, I'd like to see that happen. Kind of by the gymnasium area, there's like showers that, it's all marble. It's amazing. I have a question. The basement is flooded, it just is, flooded. Are there any concerns about, when draining that water, if there's toxic materials in there and how the disposal of that water, if that's been addressed?
I'm sorry. It has not, to my knowledge. I know that there was some review and testing, but I will make sure and go back through the review and see what was said about that in the report.
Yeah, I don't think you can just, when people drain their above ground pools, they put a hose and, it goes into this. I don't think you can do that there.
No.
And there's a lot of water in that basement.
And that's where the mechanical systems are too. So we'll have to take a look and see what it says in the report. Thank you for that.
Yeah, and I have one more comment. I'm not sure what this costs, but it's just frustrating that the resources couldn't have been allocated earlier to go towards redevelopment than towards demolition. Because I'm sure it's not cheap removing a building like this. It might, but that kind of money could have been the gap between making this work for redevelopment as opposed to making it disappear. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Any other questions or comments from the commission? Seeing and hearing none, would someone like to make a motion?
I can't make them.
Reluctantly, I'll make a motion to approve as presented, with the hope that some of the material can be salvaged.
Would you like a salvage plan developed and submitted to staff?
Yes.
Great. We have a motion. Do we have a second? So
Bob
we-
Strickland, I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Musson, please call roll.
Ms. Anderson,
With deep regret and a lot of frustration, yes.
Mr. Dulick has recused himself. Mr. Sandberry,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
and Mr. Lozier.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passes by a vote of 4-0 with one recusal.
Thank you. And that concludes our certificates of appropriateness. And we have one schematic plan review on the docket today, which I think we'll want to have Mr. Dulick
Yes.
come back in. For case number 26-035, Cleveland City Hall located at 601 Lakeside Avenue East, modernization. And before we get started with this one, I will also need to recuse myself and hand it back over to Mr. Strickland. So thank you, Mr. Strickland.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lozier, Mr. Chair. Again, the project has been introduced by our chair, so I'll ask the applicant to introduce themselves and tell us about your project.
Good afternoon. I'm Mark Dulick. I'm the manager of architecture and site development here at the City of Cleveland, also known as the City Architect. And it's a pleasure to be presenting to this august body at this late date or this late time. So I'll try to keep it brief, even though we're extraordinarily enthusiastic about this project. As some of you may be aware, we are in the process of doing a long-term phased approach to the modernization of City Hall. I want to give a little context, talk about what we have done, talk about specifically what we're planning to do for the first partial phase this year, but also give a bigger picture of kind of how this all fits into our vision of really making this building all that it was intended to be and more. We really want to fulfill the promise of this historic structure. Not used to this still. Yes. The big idea is we're a modern city and we're in a modern city hall. As much as we love this building, it was designed for a time where the city, its people, and its government were operating under fundamentally different conditions. And these goals, the sustainability, the safety, the efficiency, and wellness are really just modern ways of talking about things we've always believed to be essential to the functioning of municipal democracy. Three big goals. Accessibility. You could capitalize that A as much as you need to, but it's primarily at this point in time, we're really very focused on enhanced ADA accessibility. Employee attraction and retention. I mean, this is really about that health, safety, and welfare. I mean, we're in a kind of an odd spot. We're a bit by ourselves here. We're in a bit of a food or amenity desert. And I think that as we are competing with employment entities that allow working from home and other kinds of flexibility, making this place a place people really want to be as well as need to be is really important, as well as making it clear to the public that this is their city hall. And then we're really working hard on enhanced apartment adjacencies. Right now, we're spread over a bunch of downtown facilities. We had done a study really looking at all 5 of the downtown facilities and what all the different departments are that are housed downtown. The City Hall, Public Auditorium, 205 St. Clair, leased space at Erie View and 2001 Payne, which is Public Safety Central. But once the police headquarters is completed before the end of this year, that will be available to become a City Hall annex. Right now, 1,200 employees. This is just downtown. 1,200 employees and average net, 360 square feet per employee. Not the most efficient picture. The big idea is between technology and standardizing office space, really looking through the lens of environmental equity and upgrading systems. We're planning over time to complete the renovation and modernization of City Hall. Take advantage of space in public auditorium that can be used for City Hall offices. Ultimately, we would like to sell to a 5 St. Clair. We'd like to end the lease at Erie View. This is a priority for the city. And then renovate 2001 Payne Avenue. 150 square feet for employee is the target. Just real quick, hopefully all of you have been seeing and monitoring the progress on the renovations at City Hall, the full exterior restoration, a long time coming, all new, 100% repointing, the restoration of the bronze doors. We're especially proud of. We think it came out very well. But one of the first things we did was some furniture in here. You welcome people in, and the first thing you should do is offer them a comfortable seat. So we did that almost before we did anything else. As you can see, the facade restoration, this represents 21 million in improvements. The bulk of this was ARPA money. And because City Hall belongs to all of us, citizens and public servants who serve the city of Cleveland, it really is important. We felt it was important. The administration felt it was important to really invest in this facility. You can see it was obviously in desperate need. So the scaffolding is going to be on the south facade of the building for a while, but the north facade is essentially complete. One of the other things that we did was actually restore the skylights. These were skylights that were there historically. They have been basically tarred over during World War II. Then the skylights were removed and the openings black. The reopening of these skylights was our test case for demonstrating the transformational power of natural light, which is really what this building was designed to fully share with everybody in this building. We modernized the red room. It's actually red now instead of a mauve pink with green accents. So modern, comfortable furniture. This is a necessary update because so much of the business of the city takes place, because this is essentially the mayor's conference room. Digital signs, we've seen the signage everywhere. Digital signs are in progress. But the big picture is, let's think about City Hall. We're sitting on a lake. We have this mall that was intended to connect to the lake. We're going to be creating this lakefront connector. We're going to have a land bridge. We're actually going to connect there. And City Hall is actually on the mall as part of Burnham's plan. So the big idea is to really create an enhanced west entry, as well as find ways to think about the entrance through which most people come, which is the garage entrance. Whether we like it or not, that's what it is. And when this, as it's currently configured, was not really conceived as an entrance of, I'll just use the word dignity for now. But that's the big idea, is to create this enhanced west entry, which should be fully ADA accessible without mechanical means. We're technically compliant right now, but you got to use the elevators in the Willard Park Garage and such. So this was a big idea, to actually create a singular entry into a welcoming space that is worthy of the dignity of both citizens and public servants. It's a drop-off, it's an ADA accessible ramp, it's a new west entry, and it's a canopy. I'll show you more of our long-term plans, but right now, this phase 1A, for which we will be asking, we're asking council to pass legislation to fund this portion of the overall modernization project on Monday. So we will be going to Planning Commission to have the legislation authorized to move forward tomorrow morning. Temporarily, or for the time being, it does mean we'll have two separate points of security. This is the larger vision of the remainder of phase one, which is really to move community relations and move facilities management, widen, create a much more gracious connection between that new west entrance and the entry lobby and the heart of City Hall. This is quite a bit of relocation, but what it really does is you can see that new west entrance and that entrance from the garage, you'd be entering one space that actually has light. It's not coming in through a cattle chute, going from corridor to corridor to corridor. You are actually entering what we conceive of as a pretty gracious space. I know you're most interested here at landmarks with, well, what are you doing to the outside of the building? This is the present condition. This is what we're proposing. There's been a lot of talk over the years about how do you create a non-mechanical means of ADA access to City Hall. And our thought was, it's Cleveland landmark number one. We're not going to put it on the front of the building. We did a study just to show people what that would look like. And it was pretty monstrous, as you can imagine. It was truly a straw person proposal. The idea here is that rather than going up, we would go down. This is the west entrance. It connects to the mall. We would create a canopy. So there's like a scissor ramp, but you would also have a stair that takes you down to that halfway level. There's actually an existing portal that we think was for a mechanical room in the wall of City Hall through which you would come as you go to the bottom of this ramp. This is what the west entrance looks like now. And this is what we are proposing. We are proposing the drop off. We are proposing a change of paving. We are proposing a new canopy that is clearly modern. We're really taking as both in an actual fashion, but also I think in hopefully an exemplary way, really thinking about how we implement the National Park Service standards for new being clearly new. Another thing is that the form of it is intended to echo the crowns and the historic light fixtures that you'll be able to see through this canopy, and they're just like the ones on the front of City Hall, and those have been repaired and repainted. They're actually painted metal, they're not bronze, as part of the City Hall facade restoration project. This is what the west entrance feels like now. It's a nice corner, but it's a corridor. Quick note, the east-west corner of the garden level is the only place you can see from east to west in the building with light at the end of the corridor. This is a concept of what this will look like. It's actually even better because that security point shown there would actually be in front of and around the columns that would remain in the middle and actually be twice as wide a space. But the idea is this is the people's lobby. This is a lobby where ideally we will have a cafe, coffee shop amenity. It's another part of the idea of welcome and hospitality. But it really, to the left, you can see that's where you would come in every day as a denizen of this building. Into an actual space, an actual place of welcome. There would be fully accessible restrooms available, and the new desk would not be a pillbox in a chute. It would actually be like a reception desk. That's really what we wanted to present to you conceptually, but just to further a little bit, it doesn't really end there. The bigger idea of the modernization plan, getting back to that notion of fulfilling the promise of the building, but really taking back to what it was. As most of you know, over the Citizen Center and over the library, those had natural light. They were skylit spaces. When they were roofed over, the historic structure is in there. The cornices in those two spaces have been restored over the years. The big idea is to think about this building differently from a light perspective. That is to actually put new skylights at the top of the two light courts, substantially reduces our exposure to cold and rain and snow and everything like that for that, and really allows us to think differently about giving the building a lungs, if you will. So at its heart or root, this is essentially like an HVAC project. It is about light, the traditional tenets of modernism. Everybody has a right to light. Everybody has a right to fresh air. And I think everybody has a right to dignity when it comes to how you enter a building, how you move through a building, and how you actually encounter other people in the building. So the big idea long term is to let that light through, remove the roof from the structure, actually expose and paint the existing structures, create ideally a winter garden or a space underneath the skylight that is over the vault of the band hall, which is visible from the 4th and 5th floors. You can see it if you when you go out. Take note of the top of the vault and what that can be like, those of you who are here in person. But that big idea of taking the building even beyond what it was conceived to be and really manifesting it as a fully integrated, shared facility for the people and for the public servants of the city of Cleveland, really giving everyone the opportunity they deserve to be together in a place that uses those core tenets of modernism to really update this historic edifice in what we hope to be a sensitive and thoughtful way, but that actually makes the building even more comfortable than certainly it ever was when it was designed to be, and certainly how comfortable it has been to date for all of us who are here and all of us who visit here. So that's our conceptual presentation. I know there's no vote, but I really appreciate the chance to share with this with Landmarks, but also share with anybody who may be listening the overall picture of what this project is about. I thank you all, and I welcome any questions or thoughts or concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Dewitt, for that presentation. And I'm not sure how much this project has been presented to the public, but is there anyone from the public that wants to make a comment on this project as presented?
Bob, there's no one here. It doesn't look like there's anyone online either, so.
Yeah. All right. I assume that to be the case. And did this go, okay, it went to the Greater Downtown Historic Design Review Advisory Committee?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this project was reviewed by the Greater Downtown Historic Design Review Advisory Committee on May 20th. There's overall positive feedback, a lot of discussion about appropriate color of the metal, with discussion on bronze versus the silver or anodized aluminum. Comments that the design is subservient to the building and that it was a good tie-in with the light fixtures with the design. And kind of another note on the foundation brick being exposed and questions on that, but overall, very positive feedback provided from the committee.
All right. Thank you, Jessica, for that summary. And Landmarks staff comments?
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. Staff is supportive and very happy to see City Hall modernized. I think schematically and conceptually, this all looks great. I think moving forward into final details, though, I think we'd agree with the local design review committee that the color of the metal could tie into the building a little better. That the boldness of the canopy kind of speaks on its own and is definitely of its time. So I think that if you shift to a color that's more complementary to the building, it'll still stand alone and still meet those Secretary of the Interior standards. That's a a detail. And then also just some concerns about exposing the brick under that moat wall. I think just moving forward, having a backup plan for if you get under there and it's all really nasty rubble brick or something. Some other coating option would be something to consider as well. But yeah, we're happy to see this, moving along, moving forward. Very supportive of it, and yes, it's high time City Hall sees some modernization. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dan, for that staff report. So I'll open it up for questions and comments from the committee. So I would like to start by asking a question. I'm assuming that you have some counts in terms of movements of people visiting City Hall. And Mark, as you mentioned, the vast majority of the people entering the building must be from the Willard Park garage. But I'm assuming you have some counts of people that might be entering through the security entrance fronting on Lakeside. And I'm just curious to get your projection as to how many people might use this new west entrance and how people entering from the garage would be able to take advantage of the new layout of that new lobby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have the data at my fingertips. We're looking for some updated data from City Hall Security, who does keep track of the number of visitors. And we also have data on the number of employees who come and go through the various entrances. The thought here was by being fully accessible, that especially for members of the public, whether they were mobility impaired, whether they are parents with children in strollers, coming to, say, a council meeting or coming to get a birth or death certificate. When people come to do business, the thought is that the provision of this ADA accessible entrance, as well as having that visual and social connection to the mall, that shifts the gravity of, it actually puts the onus on us, on our design team, to think about improving the current entrance from the garage. I think I speak for most of the people, at least that we've talked to when we were doing the overall assessment study, is that the experience of entering City Hall from the Willard garage doesn't really reflect the dignity of anyone involved, including the security staff. It's dark, it's narrow. It's been called everything from a cattle chute to just a little room that you walk through, a dark room. So I think by opening up the wall, the west wall of the corridor you come in, it'll be on your right when you come in from the Willard Park garage. By opening that up, turning into a colonnade, providing an amenity such as a cafe or a coffee shop when you come in there, if we can look at the plan. The idea is that when you enter the space, you're not so much going through a room, you're entering that lobby and cafe, that shared space that has places to sit, bathrooms, a place to get a cup of coffee, the essential elements of hospitality. It's also when people are meeting to come and go to city council, or meeting to come and say, go to a landmarks meeting. It's like, you can meet me in the lobby. There's a place to be. There's a place to meet. There's a place to get together. There's a place to see who else is coming to whatever event we are having at City Hall. So I think that there is an actual benefit in that we really will have a ramped entrance that has been a request and a goal and a priority for those of us who've been working on this building however long, versus the struggles that folks have with the front entrance. So the idea, rather than sending folks all the way to the back, the idea is we've got this sort of entrance. It's a little bit like having a side door to your house. I happen to live in a house that has a front door and a side door and a back door. Now, we happen to come and go through the side door most of the time, but it's awfully great to come and go to the back door, but it's awfully great to come and go from the front door, especially for our porches. So I think that there's the value of those options is another way to communicate to the citizens that this is for them. You know, we're here for you. I mean, you have a right to find us, to be frank. We're public servants. We serve you. So I think architecture evokes an emotional response, and I think it's incumbent on us as architects, especially as public servants who happen to be architects. I think it's incumbent upon us to make sure that the way people respond to us and the way people respond to City Hall, both as a building and as a metaphor for us, it's our responsibility to ideally make that emotional response a positive one, whether you work here or whether you are coming to visit here. Now, it's a long-winded way of saying that, but I hope that was helpful. We'll get the data.
Yeah, I think it essentially serves as an enhancement of a fantastic enhancement to the experience coming in from the garage and entering a lobby cafe space even before you get to security. If you don't have business within City Hall itself, you can just take a respite within that lobby and cafe space. And I think it'll be a wonderful amenity or asset for people for this in the city. And RTA, how does RTA serve City Hall presently? And is there a need to have specific communication with them to ensure that the routing of their buses facilitates the most efficient drop-off for people that might want to use this entrance as pedestrians?
Mr. Chairman, that's a very good suggestion. There are the various bus stops on Lakeside. I will say that another aspect of this was we really wanted to prioritize at least some kind of drop-off, just because it gets with all the buses and traffic that happen on Lakeside Avenue, especially at rush hour. The fact that a lot of people drop off in front of City Hall at the main staired entrance. That's another positive aspect of this, is it gets folks that are doing drop off the potential to be taken out of this mix, dropped off safely, and then the person dropping them off can either continue to go to the surface lot or can actually go into the garage down the ramp. They'd have that choice.
Yeah. So I think coordination with RTA to make sure that their bus stop is potentially relocated to make sure that you enhance the experience using this entrance.
Thank you for that suggestion.
All right. Any other commission comments or questions?
Ms. Anderson has her hand.
Go ahead, Michelle.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's late. I'll try to be brief. I'm really enjoying the exposed skylights, and I'm excited to see more emphasis on bringing in that natural light. It's so refreshing to have that. I obviously I think it's good that we're looking at accessibility. That's very important. And these buildings were designed before the ADA, so I think it's important that we incorporate that and incorporate green features like that natural light. So those are some things that I'm really excited to see. Hopefully, with in the past we've incorporated green features that have not been kind of the building, like drop ceilings and fluorescent lighting. So hopefully the green features will be done in a thoughtful, humanistic way. I see a lot of opening up of spaces. You know, I see this in my line of work. You know, people are taking these older houses and they're blowing out the walls and all that. And it's a trend that's, you know, really embraced by people, but I think before you open walls and move things around, I think it needs to be really well thought out. You know, J. Milton Dyer designed a beautiful building. And I think whatever we do, we need to, his vision needs to be paramount as part of any kind of redesign. The one thing that I don't like is the canopy. It looks like a hotel. The configuration almost looks like an airport or something kind of thing. You know, maybe it can be somehow less of a statement. You know, still have something that maybe incorporates more of the Beaux-Art design without being, you know, a copy or whatever. But those are my comments. I've got one last comment, which it wasn't something that was addressed here, but I heard on the news. I hear they're going to redo the bathrooms. I don't know, but I don't know if you've heard that.
Oh, it's part of the overall plan for modernizing the building.
I really think it would be horrible if we took out the marble.
We haven't done design in detail
Well,
for the renovation of the
you know,
bathrooms. I
cleaning
understand.
the marble, you know, restoring things, yes, but to trash the marble, is the height of insensitivity.
Yeah, we haven't done the detailed design on the yet because that is going to be part of future phases.
Okay,
It's not
so
part of this
that's
current phase.
Phase
So, yeah.
B. Okay.
Mhm.
So, yeah, those are my basic comments.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
I could go on, but I'm not going to.
You can do that when they come back with a formal application.
There you go.
Anyone else there with comments or questions? Thank you, Mr. Dulick, for this wonderful presentation. Looking forward to seeing the project evolve and be implemented.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Lozier,
Really appreciate the
Mr.
input.
Lozier back to
He is, he's coming back in from the hallway. So
I'll give the floor back to him for closing our meeting.
all righty. Thank you. You're back on.
All right, thank you again, Mr. Strickland, for filling in. I appreciate your assistance with this one.
My pleasure.
All right, so that concludes our schematic plan reviews. So we will now move on to administrative reports.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As some of you may have noticed, we have had some revisions to our public comment policy. So now we're allowing 2 minutes of public comment per person. That's the decision made by Planning Commission for all the boards and commissions. So Planning, BZA, BBS, and Landmarks will all kind of have this new public comment policy. We still encourage people to submit their public comments ahead of time, 48 hours prior, so that you guys have the chance to read and absorb them beforehand. But if people do want to come and speak at the meeting, that opportunity is available to them at a limit of 2 minutes and staying relevant to the topic at hand. Other than that, did want to mention that I see Mr. Lozier has his, but there are Cleveland History Days programs available. We encourage you all to look that up and check out some of the the fun opportunities those provides. Landmarks Commission staff will be providing tours of City Hall on Wednesday and Friday, the 24th and 26th. Hopefully those are popular. So if you guys want a tour, just let us know. We can do one private and take up the space on those. But that is all I have.
Thank you. Question. So, is this an annual thing, History Days? Am I
Yes.
just like missing this?
Where have you been?
I don't know, but
Yes, yeah,
I
it's something
like,
they've done. I don't know how many years they've been doing it now. Jessica, do you know? Yeah, several, yeah.
this is great.
Yeah.
I didn't know there was all of this programming around this, so I look forward to taking in some of the sites. So this is great.
Yeah, I'm excited to have the commission involved.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can increase that involvement in the future.
Awesome. Any other business before we adjourn?
Nope.
All right, with that, we will adjourn today's May 28th, 2026 meeting of the Cleveland Landmarks Commission. Our next meeting is June 11th, 2026 in 2 weeks. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Bang the gavel.
We got it.
This is the longest of the year.
Longest so far.